Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida. Country music fans, get ready. On Tuesday, April 1st, Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker are bringing the party to Sun and Fun 51. With an incredible 22 #1 hits, Tyler Hubbard will light up the stage with smash songs like 5'9" and Back Then Right Now. Plus, multi-platinum artist Uncle Kracker joins the fun, bringing his signature sound and fan-favorite hits like Follow Me and When the Sun Goes Down. The concert is free with your Sun and Fun admission. Gates open at 6 p.m. on the Warbird ramp.
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily, so you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one, and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone. Located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland families save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today, or visit boleyinsurance.com.
As the sun sets over Lakeland, get ready for an unforgettable spectacle, the Sunset Aerial Circus at Sun and Fun. Witness jaw-dropping performances from Stoll Demos, the Eurythmia Paramotor Team, the Shooters Parachute Team, Pivotal Aircraft, plus dazzling drone and balloon glows. Catch the magic on Tuesday, April 1st, Thursday, April 3rd, and Friday, April 4th. And don't forget, tune into Sun and Fun Radio's video stream for live coverage. This is a sunset show you won't want to miss. After an action-packed day at Sun and Fun, unwind with live nightly entertainment at the Corn Roast stage in the campground. Savor the taste of freshly roasted corn and soak in the lively atmosphere as the sun sets. With great music, good company, and the perfect evening breeze, it's the ultimate way to wrap up your day in aviation paradise. 6 to 8 p.m. every evening. Performing Monday and Tuesday will be Mountain Brew Band, Wednesday and Thursday, Rusty Trumpet Band, and Friday and Saturday, Eli Mosley.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
A daily showcase of select warbirds, historic military aircraft, and the stories of those who flew them in harm's way.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Struble International Airport.
Good morning, Sun and Fun. Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. is on the air live. You are listening to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. I am the volunteer chairman of Sun and Fun Radio, Dave Shellbitter. I am joined this morning on the deck by three guys. I think it's Larry, Mo, and Curly, or is it Larry, Mo, and Tom?
Close enough.
Tom Frick, good morning.
Good morning, Dave.
Jim Goldman, good morning.
Good morning, Dave.
Jack Hodgson, good morning.
Good morning, Dave.
And this is the Beauty and the Beasts, our this morning because we have the lovely Amanda Holly, morning meteorologist.
You got that right
on
today.
Channel
You did.
8 News out of Tampa.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. You, I know you're under a real crunch this morning because we've been keeping you hostage on the air lately.
It's okay. It's always a fun chat.
but I'm still wondering why you have golf cart key and not your driver doesn't have a golf cart key.
Well,
Gene
sometimes
still
I got
hasn't given
places to be.
Gene still hasn't given you a driver.
Not yet.
We're obviously
Gene.
We're obviously running late this morning because it's already sunny out.
I know.
Right? No fog.
Did I
And you
get
know
up
what
late?
that means.
It means it's going to be hot.
Even hotter.
First off, did we break record temps
Oh,
yesterday?
we not broke them. We shattered them. So Tampa, we hit 94. The
Wow.
record
Wow.
was 90. So when you break a record by 4 degrees, that is called shattering a record.
That's true. That's true. And so what are we looking at today? Are we going to be more record breakers or are
Very
we just going to be
similar.
cooking?
Yeah, cooking all day. Sun is up, full sunshine, basically all afternoon long. Little breezy out there again today, southeast breeze, gusts up to 20 throughout the afternoon. Lots of sunshine, temperatures in the mid-90s. Feels like temperatures similar. Water, sunscreen, and the hats. That's what we got going on.
Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. And you will be, now you have to rush off. You're doing Sun and Fun Live here shortly.
Yes, at 9 o'clock with Gene. Gene's back today. So we'll be going over the day's festivities here and talking all things Sun and Fun 51.
Cool. Well, when you get there, walk up to Gene and give him a kiss on the cheek and tell him that's from me.
Okay, we'll do.
He'll be The poor
just
guy, he tells me yesterday he's been waking up at 2:30 in the morning and can't go back to sleep after going to bed like 10:30.
Yeah, he's
I'm
just
like,
trying
dude,
to
you're
take
working-
after me.
Yeah, dude, you're working on about the same amount of sleep as I'm getting. I actually bailed last night. I left campus and went home and slept at home last night. I thought the dogs were going to die. They were so excited to see me.
Who is this? I know.
Yeah, right? And Sparky barked at me, which Roy would laugh at.
Sparky's
because-
his wife.
No, Sparky's not my wife.
Oh, okay.
That's oh God, that's my ex-wife, April, and she's not my wife. So
I
I'm
understand.
okay by that.
It was a joke. You
23
didn't need to
years,
explain
not
it.
my
It was
wife.
bad enough to begin with.
Thank God she's not listening this morning. I know she's in a job. Amanda, anything you want to add before you run away?
No, it's going to be another beautiful day. The Blues arrived today. They're going to have great weather for their practice runs or whatever they got going on, and it's going to be hot out there.
Reassure us that this crazy line of weather we're seeing across the middle of the country isn't going to reach us here.
Yeah, a lot going on across the country. I mean, huge tornadoes yesterday, all night long. They're ongoing today, tomorrow, and the next day. But it's stationary. That line basically going to sit there and bring severe weather to the Midwest for the next several days. It's not going to arrive to the Tampa Bay area until Monday night. So depending on when everyone's flying out from Sun and Fun, be out before Monday night.
And that Monday that you and I were talking before we went on air, I saw something on my weather app, which I trust you more than I trust my weather app. I saw cold front expected, and you said that's Monday night. And I'm thinking to
Yeah.
myself, great. So the nasty weather, everything else is going to be the day after Sun and Fun ends. That is just proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy.
Yeah, so full sunshine all week long. The rain waits until after Sun and Fun, and then we get a cool down.
Very cool.
All right, the lovely and talented Miss Amanda Holly. Yay!
Thank you, Amanda.
Thanks, guys. Have a great
So
day.
how are you? Have a great day.
Thank you.
Sue.
Thank
See
you.
you again tomorrow. I
Will
hope.
do.
All right, all right. This girl is so hardworking.
Girl?
She was at the. It's Jack. Don't be PC on me. You know I am not PC. Don't even try it. If the audience wants to blast me, let them blast me. I'm a big boy. I can take it. This lovely person was up and working. I roll out of bed. I turn on the news. She's up and working already.
I agree with you on that part. Yeah, that's a heroic thing, if you ask me.
It is. So, as I said, we got the Blues arrival today, which means, unfortunately, our daily air show is going to be really odd today.
Yeah.
Because they come in, they arrive,
Unannounced, usually.
generally unannounced, and they have to what we call fly the box. If you're an aviator, you know what that means. For our non-aviation general public, the air show performers are given a literal or a virtual box.
It's an actual box. I
Well,
mean, it's invisible, but it's up
That's
there.
why it's a virtual
up-
box.
Yeah.
They have a box that they are supposed to stay in while they're performing their aerobatics. They can fly in and out of the box, but while they're performing, they have to be in the box. So the jets, moving so fast, they have to really dial in where they are when the box shows up. So we're going to see a whole lot.
They won't be performing aerobatics today. They'll be exploring the boundaries of the box so that they know where they're going to perform.
Yeah, because apparently they go out and eyeball the landmarks that they use to denote the box. Yeah.
And, okay, so when we go past the water tower, we have to start pulling up, kind of stuff, or we have to level out.
Yep.
But, and I love you like a brother, Jim. My understanding was they were going to do a short practice routine near the end of the day. I could be wrong. Don't
I
quote
did
me on
not
that.
see in the news. You must have the inside track.
I came to the chairman's meetings. Now that I live here, I could actually drive 10 minutes and attend a meeting.
So is that this morning or is that in the afternoon?
No. They're due to arrive this afternoon. So they will be cruising around this afternoon, and during air show time, which kind of blows the regular scheduled aerobatic performances up. Air show control has been really cool and brought us a lot of people, or every day they're bringing us an air show schedule. So it will be interesting to see what today's schedule.
On the morning email blast from Sun and Fun, they also mentioned the two other demo teams coming in today, the F-35 and the FA-18, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's just cool.
Yep. So they're all arriving today for the weekend.
That's great news. I'm looking down because I'm looking for what we were talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of our hosts are looking at their phones to see what's going on.
Not I. I was thinking, it may coincide like yesterday afternoon, Blue number 7 arrived, and that was like right after lunch, around 1 o'clock. And I think when the Blues arrive, it kind of coincides with that time frame of day.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find is I thought the 11 o'clock was in my head, and maybe that was just when Fat Albert was arriving.
Maybe
the support
he comes in first, and generally what they like to do is they like to sneak in. So their first over flight to the field, they're here.
Yeah.
Jack, you're 100% on. I'm looking at the email, the daily email from Sun and Fun for update for today, and it says 11 a.m. Blue Angels arrive.
Yeah, that's what I thought I saw that. Yeah.
Cool.
Blue Angels will be here to turn up the fun.
So we're gonna get a little break here on the deck.
The jet noise,
Well, jet noise. Well, I guess there won't be any announcer stand during that period. So
no, there won't. So who knows what we're going to be doing? I'm folks. If you're used to listening during the air show, I'm not sure what we're going to be doing today because it's not an announced air show. I think they'll be up there giving commentary, and I think we'll be fine. And then also that's 11 at 11:30. Victory's Arsenal, Warbirds Preserving History, the B-25 with Larry Kelly. They will be up. And everybody's giving me time signals, and nobody realizes that Derek and I made a deal behind the scenes that we are not getting cut off at the 3/4 hour in the morning show. So we are going to continue.
Straight up to 9?
We are going to continue straight through to 9.
Sorry, didn't get the memo.
I apologize. That was my fault. But we have 4 p.m. today, and this is really cool. And I'm hoping I can break away and go see this. Drone Soccer World Cup.
Yes, I agree. One of our interviews mentioned this the other day, and I made a note. I want to see what this is all about.
And that's going to be at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
And I'm 90% certain that it's in the museum pavilion.
The museum. Oh, okay.
The
All right.
Florida Air Museum has got the big open pavilion behind it.
With the stage and
relatively certain that's where it'll be. And then for those of you that brought their black tie outfit, which I'm sure Jim did, tonight is the Bash, Party with a Purpose.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight, the Bash is actually really, really cool. We've got sponsors like Daher and Wealth MD, and that's our donor party, per se, and it's a fundraising party. And we raised, I know last year, I think the number, Jim, I believe you were involved in that or might know that, 150,000 just in that one party, 200,000, something like that.
Something like that.
And they go in, a really good meal. It was originally a black tie event, but this is a fly-in, so not everybody shows up in black tie. But most of the people that show up are, suit and tie kind of things, or
brown.
So that's
brown
really
leather
cool.
with your.
We'll say well dressed.
Yeah, well, no,
well dressed. Thank you.
Brown leather jackets with your squadron insignias.
I arrived at one of those one year after a check ride. I was exhausted, sweaty, and dirty, and I said to everybody, "I'm sorry, I just came from a check ride." They're like, "Don't worry, it's fine."
Just as long as you brought your checkbook, we don't care what you look like. And tonight, there is at 7 p.m. will be the Sunset Aerial Circus over there in Paradise City.
Yeah, that was
That's
cool.
really cool.
Yeah, we saw that the other day. It was very cool.
Yep.
And we haven't been really hugely public with this because it's more of a soft launch. but we will be live videos and audio streaming the Sunset Aerial Circus tonight.
Yeah.
We did it Tuesday night.
I watched it from the hotel room Tuesday night. It was good, a good video. Even with the sun, what?
The audio. You started to say. I said, yeah, we worked on that.
Was good.
That's why it's a soft launch.
It was a good video. Even with the sun just setting there during the Stoll competition, there was enough light for our cameras to pick it up. So I would say give it a watch. And it's on the Facebook stream, not the YouTube stream. Is that right?
No, it should be on both.
It should be on both.
I was just there this morning. I think they're all the live streams are currently archived on the
on
the YouTube on the Sun and Fun Radio YouTube channel.
Okay,
yes. Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube.
All right.
SNF Radio on Facebook. Please subscribe, like, give us a thumbs up. None of our content is monetized. We're not making money off of any of this, but we love to see the numbers climb. I think our videos last year, YouTube and Facebook, we had a 5,000, near 6,000. I want to say the number that I remember was 88 combined views on our videos.
I'm not surprised.
And I mean, that's great. That's great news, you know. And we actually, what we're doing now is we start streaming at 8:30 in the morning. And it is one long stream until we cut to air show at 1. And then for the people that can't be here and experience our air show, we have Skycams. We leave the Skycam on during the air show. YouTube is incredibly aggressive when it comes to copyrighted music and stuff. And even if you have the copyright release, you can, the bots that patrol that stuff will catch that you're playing copyrighted music. If you're lucky, they'll shut you down. If you're not lucky, they will shut you down and delete your channel.
Yeah.
So
you have to be very careful.
We do not risk losing our channel because otherwise y'all couldn't see us, you know, for the air show. So what we recommend people do is tune into liveatc.net/SNF. And that's our Live ATC audio stream. You can listen to the audio on Live ATC and watch the video. And again, folks, this is not live action, wow, this is cool video, you know, put you in a cockpit video. This is a Skycam. It's a camera pointed out at the runway. So, you know, we make no qualms that this is a massive video production.
The Sunset Circus, though, on the hand,
is more produced.
Is
more produced,
yep.
is more
they
camera
have
action.
Multiple cameras out there showing the views of the announcers, views of the Stoll aircraft. It was very well done.
Yeah. And, hey, if you're out there listening, drop us an email, snfradio@gmail.com, snfradio@gmail.com. Maybe throw us a comment on Facebook on our videos or YouTube. I saw last night we did the Stuck Mike Avcast. Tom was on with Stuck Mike. And Carl Valeri and Tom and some guests were on. Then we had Sean Starker with the Future In-Flight podcast. They did a great job.
Yep.
So now you're doing double duty here this week, Tom. And talk about Stuck Mike and everything else. You're working Carl's commercial booth.
Yes. So Carl's got a booth over Hangar A, booth 41. Been back and forth. I think I start my first 6 hours with you and the second 6 or so hours with him.
And then you come back and give us 12 more.
Yeah.
And who needs sleep? You can sleep on Monday.
Nah, we can sleep when the show's over.
That's it.
I rest up beforehand to get here.
And what can people see when they go to visit Carl's booth?
So Carl has the Stuck Mike Avcast and also Aviation Careers podcast. And basically what he's doing is he has his services, which are mentoring pilots for career choices, how to get through the system, how to do preparations for interviews and stuff like that, which airlines to go to, and you know, he's worked with all sorts of pilots to help them get started in their careers.
So it's aviation career counseling.
It is, basically.
Great.
But he also does the podcast, which is interviewing different pilots from all sorts of walks of aviation. It's amazing how many corners there are and how many different people use airplanes for whatever in their lives. And it's really interesting how people got to where they are in this part of their life, you know. And then Stuck Mike Avcast, that's the basic, you know, learning to fly, loving to fly, living to fly, you know. And we usually pick a topic and kick it around for an hour or so, and you know, and it usually gets pretty good reviews, you know. People come back and they're like, hey, that was really cool, and you guys talked about a lot of stuff that I hadn't even really thought about, you know. So yeah, I get a lot of that from people.
Yeah, that's a great podcast. If you haven't listened to it, you should.
Yeah. And speaking of great podcasts, Jack Hodgson
absolutely
is the producer, creator, and one of the hosts of the Uncontrolled Airspace General Aviation Podcast,
Yep.
uncontrolledairspace.com.
There you go. Thank you.
You guys are the longest continuously running aviation podcast. You're not the first one.
We're not the first one.
Every time you quantify that, so I thought I'd beat you to it. You're
Yeah,
not the
okay,
very
thank you.
first one, but you are the longest running general aviation podcast, and it's great.
Can't get rid of us.
Can't get rid of us. And Jim Goldman over there. Jim's was on Uncontrolled. Now, are you an actual co-host on Uncontrolled, or are you just?
I'm a sporadic co-host.
He's one of we've over the last couple of years we stumbled onto a formula that is really working well for us, and that is to, of course, we sadly lost Dave Higdon a couple of years ago, and left a really, I don't know what the metaphor would be, a big empty chair, but.
Right.
Rather than fill that chair permanently, we've gone out to a bunch of our friends like Jim and others and said, would you occasionally be a guest co-host? And so we've had this really interesting rotation of thirds who are joining us, and it's been great. Jim's definitely one of those.
And I saw Amy Laboda here earlier.
Amy is one of those
also,
as
I've
well.
heard
Yep.
Amy on your podcast a
Yeah,
lot.
Amy's here today. She's wandering around collecting information, and we're going to record a UCAP Daily later this afternoon.
Oh,
and,
cool.
Cool. Yeah. So, yeah.
UCAP fans do like the episodes when Amy is on. She brings
Amy is
a really good perspective, and she explains things very well as both an instructor and a woman very active in women aviation. She's really good.
David, you often mentioned the that didn't mute
That didn't mute
moment
podcast,
of the-
yeah.
But I'll tell you the number one most popular the episode that I get comments on the most all along was the episode
The one
from
with me in it?
Yeah, right. The one from a long time ago when Amy talked about her engine out over the ocean.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they took off and lost their engine on climb out, and this was down in. On their way to the Cayman Islands or something. No, it was like the Keys. It was down.
I think it was in the Keys.
Yeah,
That's what I
But
recall.
they basically took off from an airport at the edge of the ocean, and on climb out, the engine just died, and there was no choice but to go into the water. And
Oh.
It was quite an adventure, and she told us that story a long time ago.
I did not know that Amy did it.
Yeah, so that was
wow.
Yeah, it was her and a friend and their two daughters. It was quite and it turned out, other than losing the airplane, it turned out fine.
Which bird was that?
It was I don't even remember. I'm not sure. It might have been a rental or something. I'm not sure, but it was a long time ago. Both the episode and the event were a long time ago. But that's a very popular Uncontrolled Airspace episode. People can find that if they go digging into our archives.
And again, that's uncontrolledairspace.com.
Correct.
And what is yours?
Stuck Mike Avcast, so STUCKMIC Avcast AVCAST. So stuckmikeavcast.com.
Okay, and
then aviationcareerspodcast.com.
Okay, so we got to give a blame. Carl was working with us. He came on as a reporter, and I had to the next year I had to pull him off. We had 200 interviews that year, and 100 of I must have had 10 reporters on staff that year. 100 of our 200 interviews were Carl.
Yeah.
The man was a machine. He'd disappear. He'd come back. Here's a dozen.
I was an editor that year.
Yeah.
I was the one that got to receive all those files. I'm like, this guy's an animal, man. Would you just somebody put a leash on him?
And I legitimately pulled Carl from being a reporter to putting him on air so my editors could catch up.
Breathe.
And then he came on. He was actually running the live air for me, but this thing called a job kind of took over, and he had to step back from volunteering so he could work for a living this week. We miss him. We miss him being here on the. But he's doing well as a business. He's actually being a sponsor for us. He sponsors our transport and our commissary. Mm-hmm. So that when you come by the station and have a waffle, you can thank Carl because he got us started on that. He got the commissary stocked to begin with. We always accept donations to the commissary.
For those on site, he's right at the entrance to Hangar A, and would love everybody to stop by. And I was hanging out by the booth yesterday, and of course, because he's counseled so many people on their aviation careers, everybody seems to know him. So the line of people coming by to say hi is long.
Well, I mean, he spent so much time on this deck interviewing people, stuff, and these are people that come back year after year after year, and they're the same way. They know Carl's on campus, and they know him, and they want to go say hi. And yeah, he's shaking a lot of hands every day.
Yeah, busy guy.
That's great.
Energetic guy.
While we're mentioning good people who've helped us out here at Sun and Fun Radio, I promised to give a shout out to Handicap Services this morning. One of their drivers stopped and gave me a ride in, and I understand he also gave a ride to some of the other Sun and Fun Radio volunteers. And I said, "Oh, listen for us on the radio starting at 8:30." He said, "Well, give us a shout." I said, "Well, I sure will." So that's Handicap Services. They do stop to pick up people who, handicapped or not, if they can help out, they do.
Yeah. So that pretend limp is really working for you.
That's exactly right. I got them fooled.
Yeah, they won't. They don't do mentally handicapped. I had to walk. Tom got a ride in this morning.
I got a ride in. He was honking his horn at me. I completely. I was like, yeah, somebody's just going crazy. Finally, he pulls up and goes, "Hey!" I was like, spin around. I knew that voice.
And then I'm waiting in line to turn in because there was a line getting on campus this morning. I got here later than usual. There was a line getting in. So I saw Tom walking up and I honked a horn. So expecting him to be a pilot, situationally aware. You hear a horn honk, you look around. No, he's futzing with his shirt. Apparently, he got dressed in the dark. His shirt was buttoned wrong. But man, I tell you, who heard me honk my horn?
Everybody in front of you.
The deputy sheriff that was with the wand in his hand, looking at him like, "What's the matter with you?"
I was trying to get my buddy's attention. Pointing over, and he sees my shirt, and he sees Tom. Okay. So, Jim, you're volunteering here with us here at the radio station, but you're also a volunteer in other areas. Were you working at Airshow Hospitality or something? I forget.
No, this year I'm all yours, Dave. Oh. But in prior years, I've worked at the 927 Club, which is Sun and Fun's upgraded eating amenity, where Chairman Nancy Leanhouse does a phenomenal job for those who would like to contribute a little bit more to our educational efforts.
Yeah.
The 927 Club offers lunch and dinner, breakfast as well, I believe. And they have a nice air-conditioned showroom, dining room right on the flight line with glass-paneled walls, so you can sit inside and watch the show.
Windows. Yeah, you can sit in the AC and watch the window. I tell you what, I'm sure they're popular this year.
Oh yeah, she said they are going to raise this year more than $700,000 for the charities.
Wow.
So there you go.
And they were sold out. I know they're Saturday. You can buy dailies or you can buy weekly tickets. I know their Saturday tickets were sold out in
long ago.
February.
Yep.
So,
and it is catered by the 1961 restaurant, a local restaurant here in Lakeland, which you probably frequent because you live here. And
I frequently drive by there.
Okay.
1961 is an outstanding place. It's just it's not exactly poor man food. Which, of course, what restaurant is anymore. But, I want to do another quick shout-out because I promised I would, and I don't have the location in front of me. But our friend Ramona Cox, the Sky Chick. Ramona is associated with a company called Plane Tags. Anybody knows, if you don't know who Plane Tags are, they make keychains or tags out of airplane skin. And they are doing a special here at the Fly-In where you can sign up between now and, I think, 3 p.m. on Saturday, and they will be giving away, do a drawing for a free SR-71 plane tag.
Oh, okay.
And it's only people who have come by and signed up here at the Fly-In.
So it's made from the skin of a former SR.
Yeah, it's made, and it's funny, she gave one to Derek one year, and Derek's looking at it, and he says, "Oh my God." I said, "What?" He says, "I flew this airplane."
Yeah.
She says, "Oh, that was you were." No, that was the type you flew? No, I flew this airplane. Yeah. I recognize the tail number. I flew this aircraft. My co-chairman of engineering, Derek Lagasse, is a commercial pilot. And he actually had, it was a special meaning for him because it was an airplane that he actually flew. So I'm hearing the Ken Dravis music in my ears and kendravis.com. Lots of good aviator, songwriter, singer music. So y'all want to stay tuned. We've got some great interviews coming up today. Not sure if our first interview is here. We might move our second one up. But stay tuned, folks. Sun and Fun Radio.
You are listening to the Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Just a few words of etiquette for the Fire Hub located in the campground. The Fire Hub area is provided for the enjoyment of guests and volunteers who are camping in the Sun and Fun campground. The wood supply is for the fire pit only. Please do not take the wood for individual campsite use. Ground fires are not permitted in the campground unless in approved above-ground campfire containers. Do not add flammable liquids or excessive amounts of wood to the fire. The fire pit is not a refuse container. Please place your bottles, cans, and other disposables.
We've got the Whip Air Caravan, which we call the Yukon. This is a 25% shorter takeoff roll and no loss in cruise speed. So this thing is an absolute monster in takeoff and climb.
Can you hear that behind me? That's the sound of innovation, and it took center stage Monday night during the Sun and Fun Innovation Preview. Sun and Fun Radio was there to cover all of the excitement. The annual Innovation Preview showcased the cutting edge of aviation technology, with industry leaders presenting their latest developments that promise to reshape the way we fly. From digital flight instruments to revolutionary aircraft designs, this event highlighted the incredible pace of innovation in general aviation. Let's take a look at some of the most exciting announcements. The digital revolution continues to transform cockpits across general aviation. Jim Turner, general manager of Kelly Manufacturing Company, introduced their latest line of digital instruments that make upgrading from traditional steam gauges simpler than ever.
Going digital is easy with RCL and instruments. Easy to install, power and ground basically on most of them. Fits in standard panel cutout. You don't have to add anything or take anything away from your panel. We even give you the screws and the plugs. Multi-voltage works from basically 9 to 32 volts, so you don't have to worry about the voltage of your aircraft. Reliable, solid state, FAA and TSO.
Safety innovations were a major theme at this year's preview. Abid Faruqi from Silverlight Aviation introduced a groundbreaking safety system specifically for gyroplanes.
So GWS, or Gyroplane Warning System, a new technology that actually warns the pilot by audio that 4 or 5 seconds before something drastic will happen, it will actually warn the pilot that you are about to make a mistake that will cause catastrophic event, so they have time to react and essentially abort the takeoff. Similarly, it will also warn them about in-flight emergencies, like if they're going to low Gs.
This predictive analysis technology could be a game changer in preventing accidents, particularly for pilots transitioning from fixed-wing to gyroplane flying. By providing critical warnings before situations become unrecoverable, Silverlight's system addresses one of the key safety challenges in this growing segment of aviation. Hartzell Propeller, a pillar of the industry, showcased an impressive array of new carbon fiber propeller designs, each engineered for specific aircraft to maximize performance. President J.J. Frigge highlighted the company's ongoing commitment to composite technology.
What I really want to say is that, we've been in a kind of a 20-year cycle of really investing in carbon fiber and composite technology. You can call it a revolution, call it an evolution, but everything that you just saw program-wise is all around carbon fiber technology and new innovation, new STCs and TCs we bring into markets.
These new propeller designs are delivering impressive performance gains, from shorter takeoff rolls to increased climb rates and faster cruise speeds, while reducing weight by up to 20 pounds compared to their metal counterparts. One of the most pressing issues facing the industry is the looming pilot shortage, with forecasts predicting a deficit approaching 30,000 pilots by 2030. Jamel Larkins, who made headlines as one of the youngest pilots to solo a powered aircraft, is taking the challenge head-on.
Because of that and a few conversations I had with the Federal Aviation Administration late last year, we decided to relaunch the Dream Launch Tour in 2025. But this time, we're going to do it a little bit different. One significant advantage of it is that we're going to introduce a program called Aviation Start.
AviationStart.org, a comprehensive resource connecting aspiring aviation professionals with over $20 million worth of scholarships and funding opportunities distributed annually. Addressing another critical industry shortage, a new program is aiming to increase the pipeline of qualified air traffic controllers through an innovative training approach.
We created ATCFO. It stands for Air Traffic Control Future Operators. As everybody in here knows, there's a shortage of air traffic controllers. Travis Technical College and Bartow Executive Airport have been working for about 5, maybe even longer, years to try to get an air traffic control program at Bartow Executive Airport. Well, we finally started it. We added our academy. We have 3 students going right now. It just started at the beginning of March. We'll start a new class every month, and we will do our best to help overcome the air traffic control shortage in the country.
This program offers a faster path to
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin-Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. This is Sun and Fun Radio, host Jim Goldman, here with my co-host Randy Bibb. Good morning, Randy.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Jim.
Randy, it's a beautiful, bright, sunny day, and we understand it's going to be a warm one today, so we're all ready for water and sunscreen and hats today.
Well, I hear it's a dry heat, so if there's any blessing in that, That's not true.
I don't know where you heard that one. Randy, we've got a couple of gentlemen we met this morning who are joining us for a chat. Why don't you tell us about Tim and Jeff, and we'll get into Arrowverse and a great media idea that these guys have.
Yeah. So we're here with Tim Eason and Jeff Rowland, and chatting around. They're from Texas. We won't hold that against them. But sorry, they were picking on me all morning for being from Oklahoma. So, I got the mic now. So anyway, Tim and Jeff, you're with Arrowverse. Tell us a little bit about Arrowverse.
Well, first, I've got to tell you, if I had to move out of Texas, I would move to Oklahoma and be within a quarter mile. So don't hold it against me. That's my second favorite state. So don't worry about it.
I'd like to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to come on and talk to you about Arrowverse this morning. We're pretty excited about it.
Excellent. So just give us a synopsis of what is Arrowverse. Sounds interesting.
Arrowverse was really started by the founder, Charles Cook, is really the guy with the driving force behind this. And it was kind of looked around and said, there are shows on cooking, there are shows on home renovation, there are shows on gardening, but nobody is doing aviation. And he had the bright idea and is really the driving force behind this thing to let's do an aviation show in a positive manner, promote aviation, the things that will help push it forward. And we don't do accidents, we don't do crash investigations. It's just a positive environment for everything and anything that's aviation.
That's right. Thanks, Tim. When we envisioned this, we were Charles, I, and Tim, and we're not versed in media. We're pilots by trade. We're professional pilots. And we thought, hey, well, let's start a cable channel. Well, Charles talked to a few guys in this business and said, that's dying. Nobody wants to pay $150 a month for 85 to 150 channels. They watch 2 maybe. And so the change is coming to streaming. And so that's what this is. Arrowverse is a streaming channel. And we're like, really? So we got some help on that side, but we're the content guys. We know what aviation is. We know what people want.
We know airplanes.
That's right. And so Charles, like Tim said, is a really driving force behind this. He's a very astute observer and a good businessman. He brought us on as just, I don't know, maybe it's protection when he gets famous or something. But we want this streaming channel to be just what Tim said, a content. I picture it as a sphere, Arrowverse in the middle, and every other kind of content you can think of feeding into it. So if you're interested in, Honda jets, like Randy flies for a living or whatever, you can be on the Honda jet thread once we get them on board, which I think we will, or the business type aviation, and then go on there, and then they're in the middle and they go, what's that? Man, I didn't know there was anything about privately owned balloons or antique biplanes, which of course is mine and Charles's passion. And Tim too. He's got a 450 Stearman.
Jeff, how does your content fit with the other news outlets and channels that are out there?
An excellent question, Jim. It's not really a news site, although we're going to have a news program eventually. That's one of our goals. We'll have a weekly at least, just update things. What it is, and what we envisioned was we had some interesting ideas about original content, which we have a lot on our site. You can kind of see some of those there, Randy. Mm-hmm. And but we brought on some YouTube guys, some really high-profile guys. You can see those on there, like Mike Patey and Jimmy's World and things like that are uber positive, we think.
Right.
And then we've got documentary type things. We want to move into movies, and of course, our ignorance in the media world says movies are very difficult to get on, so it's coming down the road, but they have to be handled totally differently. But we're going to have movies. So what it is, it's a 24-hour platform where you can go in and watch anything, anytime, as much as you want, commercial free. And so that's why it's a subscription service. We don't think it's a lot. Tim, what is it now?
Yeah, $6.99 for the price of a cup of coffee. Basically, you get 24-hour demand.
That's your monthly.
That's our monthly.
Yearly, it's less than that. A little bit of a bargain.
You sign up during the show, you get 3 months for free. And we have over 300 hours of original content, or just content in general. When we do original shows, we have a show called Throttle Jockey, Warbird Rebuilders, In Plain View, we have more shows coming. We're going to do a cooking show where a guy flies out somewhere, sets up a kind of a gourmet cooking deal.
Right on.
and gives us a presentation on how to do that and where to go, good places to go.
We think this is not just an aviation channel, but it's a lifestyle channel too. I mean, think about it. I mean, like Charles's one of his stories is, me and you, Randy and Tim, we might watch a video on building a carburetor, but your wife's going to be like, no way. But we got this cooking thing, and man, we've got a lot of positive feedback about that. It's not going to be a bunch of time him boring holes in the sky watching his 5:30 work. It's going to be, he'll fly into some cool strip and cook some gourmet meal. He's already got a deal on YouTube. He was like, you bet.
So you guys it's a live streaming channel as well as an archive of interesting videos that we can click on and watch anytime.
And you can get to us. We're on Apple TV, Fire TV, Roku, Android, Curiosity
Arrowverse.com. We've got our own app.
Yeah. So you go to Arrowverse.com, you sign up, you download the app, and then it'll just be like when you turn your TV or computer on.
It'd be one of the
instead
apps.
of selecting Netflix, you just select Arrowverse, and it brings up the whole universe of everything aviation. And the difference between us and maybe some of our competitors are this is original content, a lot of it, and there's things on here that you just won't find anywhere else.
And family friendly. Not only we're not going to delve into the accident thing. We don't want to. I mean, my wife's sensitive to that, and she's been in all kinds of crazy airplanes with me. She goes, man, I don't want to see that. And also, if you want to put your 5-year-old grandkid in front of it, you have no worries.
So it's not aviation education.
Some of it is.
Some of it is.
We've partnered with you guys and AOPA, and they've got a huge.
Right.
We're going to have all that on
So are
there.
you going to take AOPA's training content into the feed as
we're
well?
in the process of arranging all those logistics right now with EAA, AOPA, et cetera. And we're going to have it will be a big player in all of that. That was my draw to it, was the education. Tim will tell you.
Yeah.
Was my frustration out there after I retired as a professional pilot. I'd give guys checkouts on 180s and stuff because I'm a tailwheel guy from way back, and it was horrible, the flight training today. And I don't mean to beat on it. They've got their focus now, and it's not where mine was. But it doesn't make what we did back then ineffective. What we did trained us to fly everything up to the space shuttle, and that's the truth of it. And there's hundreds of stories like that in my life. And so that drew me. I found an outlet that I can get on there, and we're going to do an original program about flight training from scratch in the back of a Cub.
Yep.
And
AOPA is signed on, EAA is signed on,
terrific.
The Antique Airplane Association is signed on with us, and we're pretty sure the parts guys, Aircraft Spruce is going to come on board with us also, and that's going to be a huge addition.
I've heard of Spruce, Aircraft
Yeah,
Spruce.
you've heard of them? Heard of AAA maybe?
Yeah. I heard of those.
We were with the concept absolutely blown away at the interest from the big groups. And we've heard it many times, man, why didn't we think of that? Because I think it's going to be a wonderful clearinghouse, and we're just now branching out. We're licensed worldwide. We're not out of the country yet, but that's coming. But we're copyrighted worldwide, and this is going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
Well, anyone with access to a computer can
absolutely.
So you are worldwide.
24/7. You can get us anytime you want on demand.
Let's face it. In the last few seconds, when we grew up in aviation, what did we do? We read Sport Aviation, AOPA magazine, flying, trade a plane. That was a big one. None of that's.
So where do people
now
go?
It's this.
Are we sending them to get started?
Arrowverse.com. You can find us in Hangar A at booth 52.
So you're here. You've got a booth in Hangar A.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
come on down.
Jeff and Tim, we appreciate learning about this because we're all news junkies and content junkies here at Sun and Fun Radio. We love this stuff.
Wait till you see our fleet of airplanes as we show up in places in them.
That's fantastic. Thanks for joining us. Randy, we're going to take a little break here for some commercials, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
Glad you're here.
Yeah.
This is Jim for Sun and Fun Radio. We'll be back in a few.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/sunandfun.
They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at D-Moore Group, offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. D-Moore's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth MD8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
Start your day with Sun and Fun Today Live. Join in every morning at 9 a.m. for the latest highlights, breaking news, and exclusive interviews, straight from the heart of the action. Brought to you by Sun and Fun Media Productions, your front row seat to everything happening on the ground and in the sky. Don't miss a moment. Tune in live every day at 9 a.m.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builts, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restoration Hangar.
Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the flight line across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of flight line cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time. Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired.
Hey Sun and Fun fans, we have a new area called the Sandbar, which will be co-located with our light plane area in Paradise City and will house food trucks, a large shade tent, picnic tables, and benches. The best part? Sun and Fun Radio will be piped in so you won't miss a single thing from our great interviews to the daily air shows, night shows, and sunset aerial circus. Turn up the fun at 51 and get your tickets now for the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo in Lakeland, Florida, April 1st through 6th, 2025.
Hey kids, are you interested in learning about science or parachutes? If you are between grades K through 6, you can attend a Piedmont Aerospace Labs workshop. These exciting labs run from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily in the Kids Zone, located at the front entrance. The Kids Zone is also packed with many more cool aviation-themed activities, including a rock wall, obstacle course, space shuttle slide, combat trainer, and much more. Remember, the Kids Zone is located near the front entrance. For more information about ride ticket requirements and prices, visit flysnf.org.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Never used an English wheel, mallets, or beads to shape metal? If not, the Metal Shaping Workshop is the right stop for you to learn. Have you seen a wooden props carved? If not, come see what it all entails from start to finish. Ever wonder what it's like to gas weld? Come give it a try. The Sun and Fun Workshops.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay Austin Straubel International.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. One of the hosts, Tom Frick. I'm joined by Jack Hodgson. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning. How you doing?
I am well. So who do we have on the deck with us this morning?
We are a fascinating group of young people here. 4 representatives from a program called Questar 3, which is located in the capital region of New York State. To my understanding, it is a technical high school, aviation-related technical high school. These are, you're all high school age students, right? And yet they all have their private pilot's licenses, awesome? And some of them have gone beyond just simply getting their private pilot, beginning license. So we're going to have them tell us about their story here. Kicking and screaming, Anastasia has agreed to be the spokesperson here. So is it Anastasia? Anastasia? Hi.
I pronounce it Anastasia.
Anastasia, welcome. Tell us, first of all, introduce us to your friends here.
So I'm here today with Adele, Nick, and Briley, all from New York.
Great. Was I even close to what your program's all about? Tell us about it.
Kind of, yeah. So we have a technical school in upstate New York, and we all go to different school districts. And during the morning, we go to our school for some classes at our school. Like I take math at my school, some other people take English. And in the afternoon, we go to our aviation classroom at our technical school, and we learn about flying airplanes. And then we also have a agreement with a flight school, so we fly for free at our flight school.
Yep. And what year of school are you in?
I'm a senior right now.
You're a senior, and what's your highest airplane pilot rating?
I'm a private pilot, single engine and multi-engine land, and I'm working towards my instrument rating right now.
Oh, by the way.
By the way.
Yeah, I know, huh?
That's awesome.
Let's start here. She just introduced you, but say your name again and give us a little bit of your perspective and your involvement with the program.
Okay, so my name's Riley Booth. I just got my private pilot's license probably 3 months ago at this point.
Okay.
And that was, I don't know, it was a great learning experience. You learned a lot about yourself, and it was amazing, like through all the instructors that I had, through Roddick definitely, who helped set this up and everything, like for us. I've gotten so much help and assistance with my passion of aviation. So it's really a great opportunity, and we're blessed to have it for sure.
That's great. What year of school are you in?
I'm a senior in high school.
You're a senior. Are you guys all seniors, or am I? Yeah,
yes.
They are all seniors. Yeah. All right. Very, very cool. And over here, say your name and tell us a little bit about your situation.
My name is Nick. I learned about it. I was walking through my school. My guidance counselor came up to me, knew I wanted to be a pilot, and told me about the Questar program. And it just it seemed like something that was really going to help me. And now I'm at my private, almost done with my instrument, and I haven't spent $1 on flight training, which it helps a lot of people. Like
That's
people
great.
that normally wouldn't be able to afford it definitely helps.
Where do you think you want to go with this?
I want to be a pilot in the Army. I'm applying right now to join the Army to be a Black Hawk pilot.
That's great. Fixed wing or rotary?
Rotary.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. So he said that quickly. Which helicopter? Which aircraft?
Black Hawk.
There we go. He knows what he wants. That's terrific. And finally, your name, and tell us a little bit about your situation.
So I'm Adele Hewer. I've been really interested in aviation since I was a little kid. I flew with my dad a lot, and so I heard about this program. I'm like, I have to get in it, and I have to start my pilot journey.
Yep.
So last year, about a year ago almost, I got my private, and this year I'm working on my instrument rating. I'm almost halfway through that. So we're just wrapping it up.
Yeah. What kind of airplanes do you guys fly now? Are you all in 172 class airplanes?
So we did our private in 152s, and now we're doing our instruments in 172s.
Okay. Do you have available to you? Well, you said you're working on multi. Was it you?
I did that independently over the summer.
Okay, all right. So the 172, that kind of aircraft, the most sophisticated airplane or biggest airplane that you guys have available to in this program?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you want to be an Army pilot? Where do you want to go with this?
I want to go into a corporate company. I want to probably fly for Tradewind Aviation or something smaller like that.
Okay. And Anastasia?
So I'm committed to college for aerospace engineering, actually. My dream is to build a plane and then fly it myself.
Nice.
A good dream, but very reachable, very doable.
Yes.
I mean, look around you here.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of people who have built their own airplanes. And so, yeah. And where do you want to go with this?
I want to be a seaplane pilot, actually.
Yeah,
I'm not really one for the airlines. I want to have fun while I'm flying.
These are all great answers. Yeah, that's terrific. So you're obviously learning things about aviation and the technology and the science of aviation. Do any of you feel like this program has made an impact in your regular life too? Has it exposed you? You nod your head big over here. How has it helped you in your regular life?
100%. Just I think the constant challenge, just kind of, you definitely learn a lot about yourself, because it's not like school where you have somebody like pressuring you. Radek's good about letting you know that it's on you, like you have to do your own stuff. He was always there to help, like 24 hours of the day he's there to help you. But it was a lot of being really independent and scheduling your own flights, and it's just because I feel like especially aviation, it's something that's so based on yourself, like you can't make excuses. And I definitely like helped me a lot, just set my own course and like kind of know what I was gonna do.
Yeah. And you nodded your head big over here too. How has it helped you in your regular life?
Well, our class is really competitive. We're constantly pushing each other to get like the best grades and like get as much flight time as possible, and we're all like working with each other. So it makes you a better pilot just working with the kids around you in the class, because we're all in the same place. It's just a great environment.
Yeah. Anyone else? How's it in regular life? How's it affected your regular life?
Well, I'd say definitely people are always impressed when they hear like, "Oh, you're 17 and you're a pilot." Like that's what everyone says. Like it's what we all get all the time.
Becoming a pilot for the bragging rights? I've never heard that before.
Yeah, really.
Why we did it.
Yeah, but it forces you to grow up for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of us solo flew an airplane at 16. Some of us before we could even drive a car. We can rent planes, but we can't rent cars. So it's crazy.
Yeah. And you?
Yeah, I think one thing that I learned that helped me in like just normal daily life is like decision making, like critical thinking and like under pressure stuff, just like maybe daily tasks and like being self-sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
Aviation is like, it's 100% like helped me.
Yeah. Very cool.
Absolutely. And to Anastasia's point, you guys really have achieved something that not a lot of people do. As a matter of fact, if you do the math, there's only like 700,000 pilots. There's 350 million people in this country. We are part of 0.003% of the population to have achieved at least a private pilot certificate. So what you've done is extraordinary.
Yeah. Before we let you go, so is there any aspect of the program that we haven't asked you about that you think is particularly exciting? When you tell your friends about this or family, who are not familiar, what's the first thing you tell them about this program?
Well, I'd say that when we're not flying airplanes, we also have a full motion sim in the classroom. So we're always getting like active learning. We also have a Microsoft flight simulator. So even if we're not up in the plane because of bad weather or whatever, we could still practice in the classroom.
Yep. Anybody else with some aspect of the program we haven't asked you about?
I think it's pretty cool that there's some days we just go to the airport instead of class, and we're flying instead of sitting in a classroom all day. And then we just go back to our regular schools, and it's just like an amazing experience.
Very nice.
So, and I just wanted to be clear, this program is actually paying for your certificates.
We have not spent a penny, not even on the written tests.
Right. So you guys, this is something that they're doing for you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And maybe finally, so you guys are all seniors. How young are people in this program?
You start your junior year for private, senior year for instrument.
Yeah. Okay, great. Tom?
Yeah, so we really appreciate you guys being here today. So real quick, the name of the program is QuestStar 3, correct?
Yes, QuestStar 3 Both.
And if somebody wants information on this, is there a website they can go to?
No.
I believe it's QuestStar, QuesTar.org, QuestStar.org. And
sounds right.
You can find more information on this program. We really appreciate you guys joining us here this morning and really letting us know what's going on with this. Like I said,
fascinating. Congratulations on your accomplishments as pilots.
Exactly.
That's terrific.
And,
it really
and
is.
Good luck on the ones that you're pursuing, because they should be great careers. You all got different paths, and it's amazing in aviation how many different paths we can all take and make this work.
Yep.
So, Jack, I think it's going to be another beautiful day. I see a few clouds. I heard some airplane noises.
We were teasing Amanda this morning about how the fog was gone early, but
exactly. I've been sitting here on the deck watching outside. There's all sorts of arrivals coming in this morning, so I'm sure the Beehive over Lake Parker is busy this morning.
Yeah, and although it's 9:30 now, 11 a.m. is when things are really going to get exciting, because the Blue Angel team are going to start arriving.
This morning.
So, it's going to be a great day. If you're not here already, you should come on by.
Never seen a Blues arrival.
Yep.
You'll be impressed by this one. All right, so we're going to cut it off and set it up to our sponsors, and we'll be back soon.
Hello, this is Susan Levitt from Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, and you're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net.
Kick off Sun and Fun 2025 with an unforgettable opening night concert on the Warbird Ramp, sponsored by Wealth MD. On April 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker take the stage for a country music celebration under the stars. Ditch the sneakers and throw on your cowboy or cowgirl boots. Make it the perfect date night or a night out with friends. Grab some great food and bring a blanket or chairs and sing along to your favorite hits surrounded by airplanes. This is a show you don't want to miss.
If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent, located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or Pro Flight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
Since the very first Sun and Fun, volunteers have been the heart of the fly-in. Our success depends on dedicated volunteers, and that could be you. Your life experience will help us engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. We have all kinds of opportunities to volunteer, from fly-in support to educational events and field trips at many year-round community events. Volunteers earn valuable benefits, but you'll gain new friendships and experience new adventures. Find out more and get started. Just visit volunteer.flysnf.org for more info about volunteer opportunities at the Aerospace Center for Excellence and the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun and Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the flyby pattern and staging times. Each aircraft or group has exclusive use of the pattern for up to 6 minutes. It's a fantastic opportunity to exhibit your aircraft in action to the many guests at the event. See you at the Flyby Showcase, featured daily from 10:30 a.m. until 12 p.m.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more flight sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts. Planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home build area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
For the first time ever at Sun and Fun, we're thrilled to host the Academic Drone Soccer League World Cup on the evenings of Thursday, April 3rd and Friday, April 4th at the Aerospace Pavilion. Drone soccer inspires students to pursue aerospace and science education and career opportunities by providing a hierarchy of competitions and events that highlight student skills in engineering, aviation, teamwork, and leadership. Get ready for an action-packed showdown as teams take to the air in this high-energy
competition.
And
now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Turning up the fun at 51. I am Dave Shellbitter, chairman of the station, volunteer, 46 or so years, 31 at the station. That's right, folks. I've been talking for 31 years, and everybody who knows me can believe that.
Okay.
Joined by Mr. Jim Goldman. Good morning, Jim. How are you?
Good morning, Dave.
Or I should say good morning again. Jim and I have already been talking. When we were doing our morning show this morning, we had Tom Frick, otherwise known as Cupcake, and he was talking about being on the Stuck Mike Avcast with Carl Valeri, who runs Aviation Careers podcast.
Let's find out who Carl Valeri is.
Let's find out who Carl Valeri is. It just so happened we had somebody who didn't show up for their interview this morning, so we had a spare slot open, and I said, Carl, come on, let's go on the air.
Yeah.
So this is an impromptu interview. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Carl Valeri.
Oh, Dave, I appreciate you bringing me on, and this has been a wonderful show, hasn't it?
It has. So far, it's been great. Other than hot, but it's not wet.
No, absolutely. This is pre-summer weather for us here in Florida, but for most, it actually is summer, right?
But it is.
It's I tell you, it's been an amazing show, though. Really busy.
Has. Yeah, we talked a little bit about the podcast, the Aviation Careers podcast. We talked about Stuck Mike a little earlier today. But now that you're here in person, Carl, tell us a little bit about kind of how you got into aviation, how you got started. We'd like to hear that from pilots.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it's somebody that I didn't like that got me into aviation, interestingly enough. You never know where you're going to get that inspiration.
You never know.
You don't. No. And so I never thought I could fly airplanes. I loved model airplanes. I love simulators. I have a computer background. But because I have these things on, the glasses I'm pointing at right now, I figured there was no way that I could fly airplanes. So I'm sitting there one day getting ready to build an RC aircraft for the first time, and my buddy says to me, you can fly that. Actually, it was a coworker, not a real buddy, but I said, there's no way. And he said, yeah, you can. Go try what's called a discovery flight. And we've all heard about those, but that's where you go down to the airport. And back then, showing my age, it was actually free. Nowadays, I think they charge like $100 to $200, but they take you up for a short amount of time. And I looked at the instructor next to me, and he saw me smiling, and he looked back at me and says, I get paid for doing this. And I said, I want to do that. And that's how I got started. I was actually in college when it happened, my senior year.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I remember that flight, May 1st.
I didn't realize you started that far back.
Yeah, never. I sat next to an airport my whole life. There was a guy named Rinker Buck who used to fly out of Somerset Hills Airport.
There's a famous name in aviation.
He wrote a book, Flight of Passage. He flew from the local airport I was in across the country, and my dad introduced me to him. And I thought there was no way I would ever be able to fly, but I sat there with my fingers in the fence just watching the airplanes taking off and landing, and then 30 years later, I actually flew an airplane.
That's pretty cool. Did you switch to an aviation career track at that point in college?
Yeah, so that was during finals, my senior year, and I placed out of most of them. And I told my parents, hey, I'm going to go fly airplanes for a living. And Mom and Dad said, well, we just paid for a degree in computers. You're going to go work in computers for a while before you do that. So the good thing is I was in a career field that I could afford to do my ratings by using the money I made from computers. So I stayed at home with Mom and Dad and finished up my rating in Morristown, New Jersey. First flight was in Wilkes-Barre, Scranton.
Bucolic, New Jersey, is that right?
Oh my gosh, poor. He's not here to defend himself, but Eric Crump loves Bucolic, New Jersey.
Isn't that what they call a coughing baby is bucolic-y?
I think it's just colic, but that's not bucolic. Well, there's a lot of amazing aviating that goes on in New Jersey, and then I realized there's a lot of amazing aviating that goes on throughout the world. And one of the cool things about it is that it's this community that everybody loves to share their love of aviation, no matter what they do. If they're a mechanic, a pilot, if somebody's involved with radio, there's all different areas within aviation that people love. And that was one thing that really was the point that bit me. And then it took me about 10 years to be able to get to the point where I could get enough hours to become a flight instructor. Because again, I actually decided I'm going to work on this while I'm working in the computer field. And then, own a couple computer consulting firm, and then actually a food business after that.
Right.
I was just going to ask, how do computers and aviation tie into seafood? Did you live down in the islands, didn't you?
So short story, I was in the islands. I was going there for a long time. and then was able to take over what's called Abaco brand lobster, and was importing that to the United States and Canada and throughout the world. And the reason I got involved with that is I was commuting. All right, so I don't like lobster, actually. I used to feed it to my cats. It was it was actually because of the fact I had free lobster, I feed it to my cats. But what was really cool is I'm sitting there looking up and watching these planes fly overhead on the island I was on, Green Turtle Key, and in the Bahamas, and it was just amazing. I said, I want to do that. And you know how when you're young and impressionable, you say, hey, listen, I want to do that. I want to fly those airplanes.
Oh, I remember changing this every 30 seconds, what you want to do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, I didn't realize what those people actually did for a living. Those little airplanes that came in, those people really work hard, and a lot of them didn't have air conditioning. And I didn't realize till later in life that's a good thing to have when you're flying an airplane for a living. But then it went from there. I was able to make enough money to actually get in an airplane and build my hours and then move on to this as a profession. And it was gangbusters after that. I just loved aviation so much and sharing it with people that I was like, hey, listen, I want to help people get into this as a career. Because during my tenure at the airlines, I helped people that were furloughed find jobs. And my mom and I were sitting there at the kitchen table one day and saying, hey, I would love to help people by making something that they can use as a reference for scholarships. Why don't we start this scholarships guide? And my mom, she actually would help people get into colleges by, writing their entrances and their exams and their essays. And so we put that together, and I had about maybe $20,000 to $50,000 of scholarships in that guide. And we put it on the internet as a PDF file to make it really inexpensive.
Right.
And unfortunately, 2 months before we actually published that, Mom passed away.
Oh.
And so she never got to see it. So I dedicate that to my mom. But the one thing that is really true in my heart about the guide, and it reminds me of my mom all the time, is the fact that she wanted me to give back, and this was the way to do that. And she always said, this guide will never be finished. And I didn't understand what she meant by that, but the reason being is that scholarships change every day.
Of course they do.
And so we decided to come up with an idea from that. So we update it every month, that PDF file.
Wow.
And from that $50,000-$60,000 of scholarships we had at the end of the year in the guide, we now are well over $120 million in scholarships.
$120 million of scholarship money is available for aviation education.
Aerospace, mechanics, engineers, flight attendants, dispatchers,
Amazing.
Everybody that wants to get into aviation. It is incredibly inexpensive, and that's the reason we do it, is it's only $10. And not only that, people can get them for free. So it's really easy to find. By the way, aviationcareerspodcast.com/scholarships, and you can use a coupon code, pay it forward, usually to get one for free, because people like to pay it forward and give it to other people. And then from that, I wound up looking on the internet for places where people could go to find podcasts for aviation careers, and there wasn't one out there, and that's how I got into Aviation Careers Podcast. And I will give a shout out, though, to the Airplane Geeks. They actually are the ones that got me into podcasting, because I was looking for them to do something about careers,
right?
But realized, hey, there needs to be one specifically for careers,
right? And a very well produced, long running podcast.
Absolutely.
You're very consistent. You mentioned the wide variety of interests across the aviation spectrum. And on Stuck Mike, you really do cover all the little nooks and crannies. You get people on there who fly weird airplanes or had strange experiences or whatever, and it's a nice show that you do in that regard.
Yeah, thanks. And that's the other thing we did. That was my hobby podcast, and that was Stuck Mike Avcast, about learning to fly, living to fly, loving to fly. And a lot of people talk about it like it's teaching, but it's not just teaching. We like to bring in people's stories and talk about their interesting airplanes and also their experiences in aviation. And that's what we want to do. We want to give back, and that's why we have people come out here and help out.
All right, so you have a commercial booth here at Sun and Fun.
A41.
I'm sorry?
A41. Hangar A, booth 41, right next to Piedmont Airlines, and that's the
cool.
Aviation Careers Podcast.
Great. Aviation Careers Podcast here at A41, Hangar A. And Carl Valeri from Aviation Careers Podcast, Stuck Mike Adcast, and, of course, most importantly, Gina's Arm Candy.
Absolutely.
So... All right, folks, stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. We got some more interviews, but
Thank you.
in the famous words, and now a word from our sponsors.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mike Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF. Every day from 10:30 a.m. until noon here at Sun and Fun, we have a great opportunity for manufacturers and individuals to exhibit their aircraft in action in the flyby pattern at Show Center. Each aircraft or group of aircraft has exclusive use of the flyby pattern for 6 minutes while a representative extols its virtues over the PA system. These free showcase flybys are one of our most popular attractions and are a great opportunity to show off your aircraft. Please visit flysnf.org to register and for more information.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances, and the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention, get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main south entrance of the expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you through the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The Engine Workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running smoothly.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long. Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the wings and polish up your skills and ratings. You can check out the Sun and Fun program or www.flysnf.org for a forum list and schedule.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Did you know that when you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated? That's why good old-fashioned H2O is the way to go. Caffeinated beverages, a choice for many who become thirsty, can actually cause...
And now, back to Chats from the Deck Live, sponsored in part by the Austin Straubel Green Bay International Airport. FlyGRB.com.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. This is Tom Frick, and we are doing Chats from the Deck. I'm with Jack Hodgson. Jack, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You're doing good on my name. Most people have a little trouble there, but very good.
You got that pretty tag there, and I get to read it every time.
I notice you. Believe me, I'm the same way. Make sure I got the right name. Yeah, right. Yeah.
If you're going off of memory,
Yeah, thank you.
So anyway, so who do we have on the deck with us this morning?
We have, this is interesting on a lot of different levels. I'm really interested to hear from this woman, Kendall Prosak. Did I get that right?
You did.
Kendall Prosak is with the company with the, see, I'm going to get a little crazy here, with the unlikely name of Wing, all right? This is what I want. First of all, this has nothing, very quickly, how in the world did you get wing.com?
I wish I knew.
That's
I think
just
it's
amazing.
a very long story. It is amazing.
That's astounding, all right? But your company is
Was there a lot of cash involved, favors? I don't,
there had to have been something, right?
It just seems like, how did you get that name? That's just
or
cool.
just like, yeah, good luck. Anyways, Wing, what is Wing, your company?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. Really excited to be talking about Wing today. But we are, in short, an on-demand drone delivery company. We do store-to-door. One of our biggest retail partners right now in the U.S. is Walmart. And we guarantee delivery in about 30 minutes or less. By the time you say you forgot Advil, you have a sick kid at home, and you need some orange juice yourself, that package will be packed up by a runner at the Walmart store. They'll bring it out to the drone, hook the package onto the drone, and then in 30 minutes or less, it is to your front door, or rather your backyard.
Mm-hmm. Is this in operation now, or are you still in testing, or where are you?
Yes, we are operational, have been since 2019. We started out in Australia, believe it or not, and then later that year in 2019, we also launched in Finland around Helsinki. And then we moved over to Christiansburg, Virginia, because of Blacksburg and Virginia Tech. We worked a lot with that area for drone, and we already knew that the community was pretty familiar with UAS and drone, so we thought that would be a really great place to start. Of course, the pandemic hit, and we were looking at our next market, and that's when we landed quite literally in Texas and settled on the Dallas-Fort Worth region. So we've been operational now in Texas for 3 years. As of next week, April 7th will be our 3rd year anniversary, and we're really excited to be celebrating that milestone.
Yeah. So if I need something from that Walmart, do I go to the Walmart website, or I go to your website? How does that work?
Yeah, so some of our apps are integrated into Walmart. We're also partnered with DoorDash. So right now, anywhere we are live with DoorDash, you would just go onto their app, and actually at the top, you'd see a drone icon, which is pretty cool. So then you would be able to then filter through DoorDash, seeing, okay, well, what can fit in the box? Our payload is just under 3 pounds. So not delivering your full grocery order to point, but rather those one-off items, or rather than getting a courier to bring your, 1 pound sandwich to your house, let's have it come via drone, so it's a bit quicker, and then the bread's not soggy.
And then I go stand in my front yard and watch the sky? How does that work?
Honestly, you don't even have to be at your home to collect the package, because the drone, once it's actually hooked up with the package, the drone will take off. It'll climb to altitude. We are able to fly with the FAA. 0 to 400 feet is what we're cleared for, but we find our sweet spot to be about 150. So once we get up to altitude 150 feet, we take off at 65 miles an hour. And then we are just flying as the crow flies that day, based on weather, obstruction, what else is going on. We want to get to you fastest and safe as possible. Once the drone gets to your house in the delivery zone, let's say it's your backyard, for example, and you're by the pool, the drone will hover down to about 20 feet, and it slowly drops a tether down, which the package is connected to, and it's gravity. Once the package touches the ground, it unhooks itself. You don't have to interact with the drone, which is pretty cool, and you keep the package, and we come back to the site and charge up to do it all again.
Yeah.
So does the customer pick the zone, the delivery zone, or is it already pre-programmed based on somebody's property?
Yeah, so it's pre-programmed based on your property. So as we are going to enter into a market, we get all of that data to examine people's parcels, so your property specifically. And some people are really lucky and they get 2 delivery zones. We're looking for a picnic blanket, so like a 6x6 size space to be able to make that delivery obstruction free. So if you have live oak trees or these beautiful Spanish moss trees, you know, it really just depends on what your yard specifically looks like.
And I'm thinking of my own personal yard. You wouldn't be able to get at my front door with a drone, but you can make my backyard.
Yeah, backyard, driveway, those are really great options.
Which would be
for
awesome
us.
because I travel and I have packages at my front door all the time that I worry about.
Exactly.
Nice. You mentioned that your aircraft, your drones, stay below 400 feet.
Yes.
Are there and so that's good in terms of staying deconflicted from other flying traffic. Are there issues even down in that space with staying? Do you guys have multiple drones in the air?
We do have multiple drones. So we have about 40 sites live in the DFW region, and I specifically talk about that one because that's where we have the biggest market right now.
Yep.
And we have about those 40 sites live, and each one of them is about 18 drones at each of the sites. We call them affectionately nests. So at those nests, we could have multiple drones out at any time. So with our aircraft, of course, we have deconfliction. We have ADS-B out on our aircraft, and then we do have pilots in command who sit remotely in Texas. And unlike, you know, pilots flying a joystick or the actual aircraft, they're looking at the airspace. They're looking at the weather. They're looking at anything else that could become an obstruction or a TFR, for example.
That's the part I hadn't realized. So these are not autonomous aircraft. These are remotely piloted aircraft.
No, they are highly automated.
They are okay. So they find your way to your address, to the landing zone, and drop the thing down. Very interesting.
So you mentioned like parcels from Walmart and food. Any other things that you're delivering?
Yeah.
I mean, what are some of the most unique things you've delivered, I guess is what I'm asking.
Oh, good question. So I have 2 stories. One, I think the customer iteration. So I was around when we did our first delivery in Texas, and of course that was Bluebell ice cream.
Nice.
It was a perfect thing. We love to see that. And customers really started to use it kind of as the water cooler talk, right? Just seeing it, trying it out really, and using it as a vending machine. And then 1 year later, we actually launched with Walmart. And the first thing that we had in the package from a customer was butter, Tylenol, and it was butter, Tylenol, and Theraflu. And I think that's such a cool experience to share about, because it no longer became about that vending machine, but actually real things that people wanted and needed. Yeah. And we do hear from a lot of our customers saying, you know, I've been at the store 3 times, and we have friends coming over for the Super Bowl. This was a big one, and I forgot sour cream and cream cheese for my dip. So rather than going out fighting traffic, finding the thing in the store, that's always frustrating too.
Sure.
I'm just going to have the drone bring it to my house.
Yeah, and so how does the shopper pay for this? Is there a charge above and beyond the cost of the groceries?
Yeah, so the cost is set by the partner. Right now, I believe with DoorDash, it's about $2 to $3.99. So it really just depends. And then Walmart is testing
$4.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a bargain to me. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, absolutely.
$4 delivery charge.
I know.
Absolutely.
And how do you tip the drone?
You don't. That's the best part, right? You're not tipping anyone extra for that. You're just paying for the goods. So let's say you got a sandwich, and that was $12, and then the delivery fee.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. That's pretty interesting. So we're starting to reach the end of our allotted time here,
Sure.
but is there any aspect of this program that we haven't asked you about that you want to tell us? It sounds pretty cool. Are you planning on expanding soon to other cities around the United States?
We are. We, too, like anybody else who's flying in airspace and has to have their flights, we do an environmental assessment through the FAA. So we've just gone through that process, not only in North Carolina. They just put out a statewide one, and we were able to tack on to that. So hopefully you'll see us soon in the Charlotte region, and then Florida as well.
Yeah. Yes. So as the music begins here, tell us that awesome domain name, that awesome website address.
Wing.com/get drone delivery.
Wing.com.
That's right.
That is awesome.
Yep.
Well, Kendra, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank
we
you.
Really appreciate it. What a great service.
Kendall,
Looking forward to that
Prozac
expanding.
from Wing.com.
All right, Jack. So
here we go.
It's
really starting to get warm. I mean,
it is.
It's a beautiful day, but
there's a little bit of a breeze blowing out here.
We continue to warn people that you need to make sure you drink your water.
We put up this big breeze blocker over here.
Yeah, except it's black, so it absorbs the heat.
Absolutely.
And, it radiates. It's like I've had apartments that weren't this warm in the middle of the winter in Boston. So.
All right, so we're going to take a break for some station identification, some sponsors, and we'll be back for another Chats from the Deck.
Hello, this is Lizzie Havens. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
If you would like a truly first-class, adult-oriented experience at Sun and Fun, consider the 927 Club. Located at Airshow Center on the Warbird Ramp, the air-conditioned 927 Club Chalet features an all-new menu by renowned chef Marcos Fernandez. The 927 Club features amenities such as full breakfast and hot lunch, Wednesday and Saturday evening happy hours and dinners before the night air shows, complimentary soft drinks and snacks, complimentary beer and wine from 3 to 6 p.m. daily, and exclusive airshow seating on the patio facing Airshow Center. The full menu and more information is available at flysnf.org.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland family save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today, or visit boleyinsurance.com.
Hey everybody! Sun and Fun has invested in providing a better Wi-Fi experience for its guests. We are pleased to offer free Wi-Fi in most of the core areas of our campus. Just sign into the network named SNF Free. That's SNF Free.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main flight line. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the Sun and Fun website at www.flyasnep.org.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. Need information or directions? The Sun and Fun Welcome and Information Center is here to help. Find us just inside the main entrance, in the campground near Hangar E, or by the compass rose next to Hangar A. Whether you're looking for event details, locations, or just need a friendly guide, we've got you covered. And if we don't know the answer, we'll find it for you. Let us help make your Sun and Fun experience the best.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Strabo International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We're turning up the fun at 51. I'm Dave Shellbitter, chairman of the station, volunteer, and I'm joined again by Mr. Jim Goldman, who is also a volunteer because all of us are volunteers.
We are, and I understand that all of our pay is being doubled today.
That's right. Well, at the radio station, I double my pay. They get 2 waffles. So
there you go.
You know, as far as everybody else, yep, that's right. We're adding another 0 to your pay.
Fantastic.
Sadly, it's on the front end of the pay, not the back side. Talking about volunteers, it takes close to 3,000 volunteers to make Sun and Fun happen every year. And some of us come on. Parents get us involved. I was 16 when I came to my first Sun and Fun because my mother was involved with it. And at just 46, I haven't missed one. We have another volunteer up with us on the deck, and that is Ms. Anitra Goddard, who just turned 50 years old. Belated happy birthdays.
Thank you. It's been amazing. I've gotten, I think, 6 cakes here this week so far.
So, Anitra, you were telling us before we came on that we're going to step back and go way back. Your grandfather, you're familiar with Lakeland because your grandfather?
Yes, I found out recently that my maternal grandparents met in Lakeland. My grandmother from Miami was up here trying to check out some Air Force guys at the base here. And my grandfather was training in the T-6s here during World War II. And they met. And so, you know, they went off and got married and had my mother. And they lived in Miami when my mother was born. And my mother met my father in Miami, and he got a job with Piper at the Lakeland plant. And they moved. He was here. So they moved out here to Lakeland. They moved here to Lakeland, where I was born here in Lakeland in 1975 when my father was working at the Piper plant when it was here.
So you were born the same year as Sun and Fun.
Yes.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yes.
Now, you've been volunteering here. I've only come to know you in the last couple of years for the area that you're on, which we'll get to in a minute. But you were saying, again, before we came on, you were talking about something else, things you did before you started volunteering. You were doing a exercise class or something?
Well, actually, I started volunteering in the museum when I was 19 years old.
Okay.
But I live in Lakeland, and I owned a CrossFit gym, and we did a huge CrossFit competition here. That was 7 years running. We just retired it in 2019, and we would rent out hangars A, B, and the Sunset Grill Pavilion, 600 competitors, 7,000 spectators. So I'm a customer of Sun and Fun, or I'm a customer as well as a volunteer.
And what made you start volunteering at the Aerospace Expo?
Well, when I started hosting my CrossFit competition here, I made friends with Tim Wells, so I've known Tim since the day he started here. That was his first year here when I did my competition.
Oh, that's cool.
So that year, I think we had a big hurricane hit out here.
Yeah.
And they needed help, and I signed up to come help. And then I became part of the special events team, where I get to go around and deliver all the beer and wine for all of the special events that Sun and Fun has to provide, you know.
Commissary stuff for.
Yep. So they all loved me there, so I did that for many years, and then the Stoll thing happened in like 2020.
And how did you get involved? Now, are you a pilot? I'm not, so don't be embarrassed.
I'm a career student pilot.
A career student pilot.
Oh, I
there
like that's a new title I haven't heard before.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of people are that. They do a year, they do an hour of training here and there, just enough to keep them active as a student. But they're, in my case, for many years it was finances didn't allow me to go, and now it's just now that I'm making the money to do it, I'm working 14, 16 hours a day. So
right.
But all right, so you did that. So you started volunteering, and then Stoll came out. How did you get to where you're at, which we'll cover in just a minute? How did you get involved in the Stoll? I mean, what got you into it? You're not flying Stoll. You're, somebody you know as a Stoll pilot or what?
Well, actually, the sponsorship director at the time here, I knew her very well, and the National Stoll Series was hosting their Central Florida Classic here. It was the first event after COVID, so it was wildly popular. We were very busy out there. She needed a chairman for that area. So interestingly enough, I was Sun and Fun's Stoll chairman before I was actually involved with the Stoll circuits that I'm known for, right? So that's a little tidbit people are surprised to know.
So you volunteer, and I'm assuming we're talking about Melanie?
Yes.
Melanie Ayers. We miss Melanie being around.
Yes.
We miss Melanie being here. She was a staff member up until last year. We're sad to see her go. She's moving on to better things. I'm happy for her. So life is good for Melanie. We're Facebook friends, and we're friends, so we stay in touch through Facebook. But so then you started, and now last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, last year you started the Bushwheel Base Camp. What is that?
So the Bushwheel Base Camp is essentially a backcountry area for backcountry pilots to park their airplanes.
Okay.
Stoll, the competitions, the demonstrations have become wildly popular. They've been in all the major magazines you've seen, and they're on the covers. Just a lot of interest around them. And with the National Stoll Series, they travel the country and put on these amazing Stoll competitions.
And for our non-aviation general public listeners, what does Stoll mean?
Oh, it's a short takeoff and spot landing competition.
Okay, so STOL, short takeoff
and landing. Yes.
Yeah. STOL, or we call it Stoll.
Stoll, yeah.
So we don't want to confuse it with Skull. Put a pinch.
Right. Well, and some of the guys call it stall.
Yeah.
Because
that's what they do to that land short.
Yeah, yeah. So.
And to give it perspective, we're talking about, when we say short takeoffs and landings, we're talking about dozens of feet or scores of feet, not hundreds and thousands of feet.
Yeah, we have markers along the line out here for the Stoll demonstration, and our longest measuring marker from the line is 200 feet, and they rarely break 125.
Really? Oh, they actually go that far. From what I've seen, they're like 20 feet, 30. They're dropping in, and there are guys that are so into this that they're building airplanes specifically to take off short and land short.
Wild little, we call them, the newest one was unveiled is Keith Lang's little, I call it a Frankenbird, because he's just meshed together this crazy little contraption, and it's not a backcountry aircraft. It's not functional. It is meant to go to competition and win.
That's something else. So you're talking about and again, folks, we're talking that you want to know kind of what we're talking about, Frankenbird or other planes. Just like if you're a race car driver, you build a car not to drive on the highway. You build a car to drive on the track. These guys are building airplanes or modifying airplanes to do nothing but take off in a short distance and land in a short distance. Usually they have giant flaps on them.
Right.
And they'll bring them in, and they make the wing, as we call it, dirty. The wing generates the lift. If the wing is dirty, it's not generating lift. So they've got huge flaps to make the wing dirty, so the plane will stop flying and land short. We got about 2 minutes left, less than 2 minutes left here. What's going on out at the Bushwheel Base Camp?
We have tons of forums out there. It's also the pit area for those Stoll demonstration aircraft. So if that's something that interests the guys, all you listening, I invite you to come out there to the Bushwheel Base Camp. We have music, food. It's just a really great vibe, and come check out all the awesome backcountry aircraft and our forums.
All right, Anitra Goddard, the Bushwheel Base Camp located out near Paradise City, or in Paradise City. Jim, you had something to add there. I keep cutting you off.
That's all right. No, I wanted to just say to our listeners who are not able to be with us here in Lakeland this week that we are running a video feed from Paradise City, and you can see the evening Stoll demonstrations I watched it remotely on Tuesday, and it's a very nice way to be connected to this new part of Sun and Fun if you can't be here.
Yep, and we are the whole, not just the Stoll demonstrations, but the whole Sunset Aerial Circus will be here on Sun and Fun Radio. I believe it's around 7. When does the Aerial Circus start?
Yeah, we start at 7 o'clock.
At 7 o'clock. So you can tune into our YouTube stream at 7 o'clock to catch the Sunset Aerial Circus. Anitra Goddard, thank you so much. Again, happy birthday.
Thank you.
And we will be back shortly. We're supposed to have another interview coming up. Not sure what's going to happen, but we'll be back with you to talk about something. Sun and Fun Radio.
Sounds good.
We still got a few seconds, but stay tuned. Thank you to my crew. Thank you, my engineers. I could not do this without my volunteers, folks. Thank you. I cannot thank each and every one of my volunteers enough. Engineers, editors, reporters, do a great job. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Calling all Stoll pilots and backcountry aviation fans, the Bushwheel Base Camp is back. It's the home base for the 2025 Stoll Invitational Pilots and the perfect spot to connect, learn, and celebrate Stoll flying. Enjoy daily and nightly activities like backcountry flying forums, safety talks, and Stoll competition tips. Then kick back with jambalaya night, complimentary morning coffee, meet and greets, acoustic jam sessions, and craft beers. Come for the knowledge, stay for the camaraderie. Only at Bushwheel Base Camp.
Craving something sweet? Grab a treat and support the first ever U.S. high school soaring team. Rockstar Donuts is serving up delicious donuts at the Lakeland Aero Club during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. All to help young aviators reach new heights. Every bite fuels their journey, so stop by, grab some donuts, and turn up the fun at 51. Let's make this fundraiser soar.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builts, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restoration Hangar.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
Hello aviation enthusiasts. Experience the excitement of showplanes at Sun and Fun. Witness the stunning array of aircraft in our showplane parking areas, including home-built, vintage, warbird, light planes, seaplanes, and rotorcraft. Explore the home-built aircraft area for a chance to chat with owners and discover building tips. Vintage aircraft parking showcases planes from different eras, while the warbird ramp offers an up-close view of historic military aircraft. Don't miss the Seabird area, where unique seaplanes gather, and Paradise City, the hub for light planes. And for rotorcraft enthusiasts, head to the rotorcraft area. Join us at Sun and Fun and immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
Craving a classic treat? Come enjoy some delicious fire-roasted sweet corn on the cob for just $3. All to support EAA Chapter 635 from DeLand, Florida. Find us in the West Campground, food court behind Hangar A, or look for our mobile unit around the grounds. We've been roasting corn at Sun and Fun since the 80s, with all proceeds fueling youth STEM education, free young Eagle flights for kids 8 to 17, and grassroots aviation programs. Grab some corn, savor the flavor, and help inspire the next generation of aviators, one Cobb at a time.
If you missed it last year, now's your chance to witness the most epic night of entertainment in the sky. Sun and Fun 51 is taking the night air show to the next level with an electrifying fireworks celebration featuring drones, lasers, airplanes, pyrotechnics, and more. Don't miss this one-of-a-kind aerial spectacle where the sky is the stage and the show is like nothing you've ever seen before. Wednesday, April 2nd and Saturday, April 5th at dusk at Sun and Fun. Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. All right, Jack, we're back at it again.
We're back at it again. This is
so
great.
This is Tom Frick. I'm joined by Jack Hodgson. Sorry.
Hi, Tom. How you doing?
Good.
This Florida stuff is great. It's beautiful here today.
Oh, it is.
My gosh.
All that warm. All of a sudden, we got a little bit of a breeze, and it's all of a sudden tolerable.
Okay. The breeze is important,
yes.
But don't let the breeze fake you out that it's really the sun is dangerous, and you need to
hydrate,
and get your wear your hats and your sunscreen and that kind of thing.
Absolutely. So, who do we have on the deck with us?
We're being joined this segment by Larry Langbrake. Larry is with an organization or a company called Say Weather. Hi, Larry. How are you?
Hey, just doing great today.
Hi. So tell us about Say Weather. What is it? What are you all about?
Well, Say Weather is just briefly, it's situational awareness in the cockpit without distraction. What we are is an alternative to an AWOS, specifically targeted to airports that are smaller and can't really afford an AWOS. We are about 1/10 the cost, and we provide pretty much exactly the same thing that an AWOS would. Winds, directions, gust, temperature, dew point, density, altitude, altimeter setting, and optionally you can add visibility in present weather and sky condition and cloud heighting.
Okay, and how does it output this information to the pilot?
So there's a couple of ways that the pilot can get that information. You can key the mic on the CTAF. So whatever frequency that airport is on, you don't have to dial to an AWOS frequency. You just key the mic 4 times and you get a verbal advisory back. Or you can access it via text. We actually expose our data to multiple EFBs for flight, for instance. You can access a Say Weather equipped airport on ForeFlight. Just take a look on the weather tab, and there you go. You have a current METAR. We update the METARs through our text service about every 30 seconds. And the EFBs typically grab it about 6 times an hour.
So this is a service that is equipment based at individual airports.
That is correct.
That
yes.
you access through the regular radio.
Yes, you install our weather station at your airport. It wirelessly, it's solar powered. It wirelessly connects back to our unit. Our unit then processes that raw data through AWOS algorithms. So it gives you a 2-minute average of winds. It calculates gusts in accordance to those algorithms, etc. Then it broadcasts it on demand over VHF when it receives the mic keys, and it continuously publishes to our servers that is a companion service we call Say Wix Air, and from those servers you can access it by text. There's a dedicated web page for each airport that has this. You can access it that way, and importantly through EFBs. We also, for phone access, just like you can call up an AWOS, we have that as an option as well. It's very low cost.
How does a pilot know that it's using that service?
So it would be published in the facilities updates, and also there can be an asterisk indicated on an approach plate. However, this is advisory information. It's not certified, so it's distinct and separate from observational.
Right.
So,
because I
yes,
found
go ahead.
those services before, but just by clicking 4 times.
Yes. Yeah.
And see if it's there.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm familiar with the service, and I've always wondered if there was a way for me to know that they were using that type of service.
You know, that's a really, really good question. And every system that we ship out, we put a couple of banners in there that can be used to advertise to the local and transient pilots that the system is there and here's how you access it.
Sure, and that's if you're familiar with the field.
Exactly.
I'm talking about I'm going to someplace for the first time
Exactly.
and I'm trying to access their weather, and how would I know that I could get it that way?
I would
and like I said, I trial and error, just clicking 4 times. Sometimes it shows up, sometimes it doesn't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Probably the most convenient way, if you're a ForeFlight user or you use iFly, EFB, and there's a few others we're connected to, it's going to appear on there, and it actually says Say Weather. If you look at the Weather tab on ForeFlight, for instance, it will say Say Weather Advisory. Yep.
Mm-hmm. How long have you guys been around? This is quite an elaborate situation, maybe for a while.
Yeah, we actually started our company back in 2015, and we developed our first prototype system over a period of about 6 months, and then we sold the first one in late 2016.
Okay.
And it's just been off to outer space ever since.
And who pays for this service? Do the pilots have to pay a subscription or something?
No. It's that was kind of the beauty of our approach, which is there's no equipment required in the cockpit at all. Just your VHF radio is good. The pilot doesn't pay for any of this. It is it's a service that would be provided by an airport. Originally, we were targeting airport communities that wanted to increase the value of their airport property as well as increase safety. And we quickly found out that there was a much, much, much larger market. There's municipalities. We're selling them now in Alaska to oil companies. We have systems that the Air Force has purchased from us. We have Coast Guard as a customer. We're shipping them overseas. We have them in South America. We have a rep down there. We have, probably about 130, 140 systems out right now. And that is rapidly increasing.
130, 140. How many of those are in North America or continental U.S.?
The vast majority of those are in continental U.S., lower 48. Alaska is becoming a bigger and bigger user of our systems, but it's mostly here in the lower 48.
Yeah, you mentioned that when we were talking before, that you're excited about expanding into Alaska and backcountry service?
Well, exactly, and specifically in Alaska, what's so exciting about that is there was recently some wording in the reauthorization FAA reauthorization bill that allowed a pathway for Part 135 operators to actually use Say Weather for IFR. So it's advisory weather, but it can be used for IFR given certain procedures and conditions that are met. When we produce our systems and ship them out, we have them calibrated, traceable to the National Institutes of Standards and Technology. So we make certain that they're accurate, and then we also ensure that their accuracy is equivalent to or better than an AWOS. So they're beginning to be used for IFR operations. We're hopeful that in the not-too-distant future you might see that sort of thing in the lower 48. It's not there yet, but at least in Alaska you see that. The other thing in Alaska, I'll pass on a quick anecdote. I was up there actually at the Alaska Air Carriers Association meeting a few weeks ago in Anchorage, and I heard someone comment during one of the breaks. He says, well, our AWOS has 3 levels of operation, and that is never, seldom, and rarely. So it's a real problem up there. I'm not criticizing anybody. It's really just an issue of it's a harsh environment. It really is a tough environment, and it's hard to keep these equipment running. So Say Weather is now being explored as a backup for AWOSs up there. Because if you have an AWOS go down and it's IFR most of the time, you can't fly in to repair the AWOS because you won't have the necessary weather information to fly IFR.
And I think that's part of the problem as well. Just from what I'm used to, even around here, when an AWOS breaks, you need a specific technician to come in and work on that equipment, and it takes a while.
Yeah.
So usually once it goes down, it's down for a while before somebody can get out there and fix it. And I can't even imagine how that would work in a remote area.
Exactly. And so I think you've hit right on the important point there, which is that our system is low cost, and it really does not require a lot of technical expertise to swap out the sensors.
Right.
Yeah. Where can people find? Are you exhibiting here at the
We
fly-in?
are. We are in Hangar A, booth 82. And we were also
you folks couldn't see the I think it's 82. I'm going to say 82. I hope
that's my story. I'm sticking with it.
Yep. Yeah.
So, and we're also out at Paradise City. If you want to stop by there, we have a weather station actually operational out there, and you can take a look at it visually.
Oh, I think I saw that. It's mounted on the announcer stand.
Actually, no.
Is that the wind thing that's spinning,
no,
or is that something else?
We actually have our station away from the airstrip, but in an area that is really well representative of the wind there. So we're up against the fence, the parking lot fence,
Yep.
and you'll see a pole
Yeah.
out there with weather station on it.
Reaching the end of our allotted time here, but is there anything else you wanted to tell us about this that we forgot to ask?
Well, just one last thing. I'll just make a real quick comment about backcountry. We've heard the call. We recently are excited to do a little bit of work in Utah to see if we can't get the backcountry folks taken care of with a new version of our system. And we'll see probably more and more activity in that arena.
Yeah. And if anybody wants to learn more about you, are you on the web someplace?
www.sayweather.com.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Sayweather.com.
Larry Langbrake of Say Weather with some interesting stuff going on
Absolutely, Larry. Thanks for joining us this morning. We really
Thank
appreciate
you so
it.
much.
Yeah, some great information.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Here we go.
Jack, we're
it's
knocked away another segment. This is
10:30.
awesome.
We're rapidly approaching the time when it's going to get tremendously exciting here at Sun and
it
Fun.
is. I think
because
they said the Blues in the next half hour.
the
think we were
Blues
expecting
and a
them.
couple other
Yeah,
jet
just
teams
do
are going to be arriving in the next hour and a half.
And then
or
the
so.
rivals are going to be awesome.
Yeah,
It's
it's
so
going
loud.
to be very, very cool.
All right, so we'll wrap it up. Let the sponsors do their thing, and we'll be back for the next segment here soon.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mike Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sarah and I founded Shoreline Aviation Insurance to fill the gap in personal service and experience. Our team has over 100 years of aviation experience combined. We understand our customers' needs from their perspective. That's the Shoreline advantage. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, we've done it. You get a real person when you call. Relationships with our customers and underwriters are key to our success. You can contact us at shorelineaviationinsurance.com or 800-747-0825.
Calling all aircraft owners, builders, and restorers who flew their aircraft to Sun and Fun, make sure to register for aircraft judging. From Tuesday through Friday, have your aircraft judged alongside your fellow aviators. Whether it's home builds, light planes, seaplanes, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, or vintage classics, we've got a category for you. Winners will be celebrated at the Aircraft Judging Award Ceremony on Saturday evening at 6 o'clock p.m. in the Prop 75 building. Check flysnf.org for more details.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at DeMoor Group. Offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. DeMoor's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth MD8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily, so you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one, and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone. Located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
Kick off Sun and Fun 2025 with an unforgettable opening night concert on the Warbird Ramp, sponsored by Wealth MD. On April 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker take the stage for a country music celebration under the stars. Ditch the sneakers and throw on your cowboy or cowgirl boots. Make it the perfect date night or a night out with friends. Grab some great food and bring a blanket or chairs and sing along to your favorite hits surrounded by airplanes. This is a show you don't want to miss.
Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the flight line across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of Flightline Cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun 'n Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
Sun 'n Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays and original works of art. From the hundreds of entries, a pool of semi-finalists and finalists were selected. You can spot these high achievers during the event wearing Project Stratos t-shirts and representing the future of aviation. Are you a teacher looking to inspire and motivate your students? Then you can join us this Saturday at the Aerospace Educators Workshop for an exciting day learning how to integrate aviation, space, robotics, and more into your curriculum. All K-12 teachers are invited to attend. Special speakers and a variety of concurrent sessions will be offered to motivate and inspire you with ideas and activities to use in your classroom. Seats are limited, so registration is required. More information is available at flysnf.org.
And now, back to the Sun 'n Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun 'n Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51 here in Lakeland, Florida. This is pilot Jim G. with my co-host Randy Bibb. Morning again, Randy.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. It's warming up as we speak.
Yep, you can always feel it at 10:30, 11 o'clock. You start to feel it.
It's coming.
Yep. Well, Randy, we have had a bunch of interesting folks come by the radio station this morning, and our next guest is just a tremendous example to young people to get them motivated and interested in aviation from an early age. And we wanted to find out how he got into it and what he's been doing to get folks, young folks, interested.
Yeah, an amazing journey. Actually, from where I stand, it just started. I'm sure in his shoes, it's been a minute, but yeah, he's got a great inspirational story. And we aviators, pilots, we always like to encourage and be an ambassador for the next generation. And we all know the need for pilots. And so yeah, I'm sitting here with Jamel Larkins, and he. You know, we have expectations and hopes and aspirations, and this young man has, I think, exceeded, you know, what you could hope for. So yeah, we're here with Jamel and Jamie Beckett. So Jamal has an interesting story to tell. So if you could go ahead and tell us a little bit what's going on.
Absolutely. Well, first off, Jim and Randy, thanks for having me and Jamie here. This show is really special to me. Sun 'n Fun was my very first air show that I ever attended in my entire life. And it was really shocking because I remember seeing air show performers performing the very first time and being like, wow, that is amazing. And I set a plan for me to become an air show performer. And 5 years later, I flew my very first air show.
That was from your first air show you made that decision?
Yeah, from my very first air show, and I knew I was going to do it, and I had the opportunity and the privilege 5 years later to become a certified air show performer and fly my very first air show. Surprisingly, literally about 2 weeks after I started college at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
So there's a tie-in with Sun 'n Fun Radio, and let us know a little bit about that.
Indeed. So my very first show, I volunteered at the Youth Activity Center, which was right across the pathway from the Sun 'n Fun radio station. And I had the opportunity to meet Dave Schallbetter here at Sun 'n Fun Radio.
I've heard of him. I've heard of Dave.
He gave me the opportunity to host Kids Eyes on the Skies at Sun 'n Fun Radio every single day, which gave me about 30 minutes to talk about aviation careers and youth programs, and also interview at least one or two special guests every single time. So I'd be running around with a recorder, and surprisingly, it was not a digital MP3 type recording device. It was like an actual tape device, because this was back in the day. And I would interview airshow performers. It was my excuse to get the chance to be around their airplanes and talk to them, really, as well as some industry leaders and get their advice for other young people considering aviation career opportunities. And it just exposed me to what aviation could be about. When I first started, like I said, I knew I was going to fly air shows, but if you actually look at most of the air show performers out there, a lot of them are airline pilots as their day job. And so I had this idea I was going to become an airline pilot and an air show pilot, and I was going to live this dream. But ultimately, the airline pilot part fell off because I saw all the different opportunities that you have inside of the aviation industry, which leads me into what I'm doing today, which is a national 20-city tour with the Federal Aviation Administration called the Dream Launch Tour. And we travel all across the country to typically 20 to 30 cities. We did about 14 years of this tour previously. We went over 1,000 schools across the country. I reached over 60,000 students. So we exposed them to about aviation youth programs that are out there, career opportunities, and why they should consider getting involved in it. We had some pretty good success. I'm happy to report that during the first phase of that tour, we had some analytics done on the tour, and one aviation university in particular reported about a 70% increase in applications to aviation programs after we visited.
What's significant about that, as far as I can tell, is that many young people, kids, they don't know that they have a path to an aviation career until somebody not just tells them, but shows them.
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why I was really happy that Jamie was here to be able to join me today. Jamie leads the AOPA high school liaison for their high school program. And Jamie, if you want to talk a little bit about giving them students the opportunity to learn about the opportunities that they have at a young age.
Yeah, AOPA does have a free 4-year high school STEM curriculum that we will offer to schools. There are little over 30,000 students enrolled in that right now, including at the high school right here on the grounds at Lakeland, CFAA. They use that same curriculum. And part of the thing that I'm really excited about is right next to that high school here in Lakeland is the Lakeland Aero Club. That adds sizzle to it. So I can go to that class as a 15-year-old, 16-year-old kid and learn about airplanes and piloting and drones. But I can go next door after school and I can rebuild airplanes, maintain airplanes, fly airplanes, network with other people, kids and adults who are doing it, and find my place in it. That's really powerful.
It is. Jamie, if you hang around or come back at 11:45, Chase Lee from the Lakeland Aero Club is going to bring 2 students over here, and they'll talk about their experiences. So, folks, stay tuned for that follow-up.
And one thing I want to also emphasize that about Jamie's program and with AOPA is if you look at the statistics of flight training inside of the United States right now, we have about 63,000 new student pilots that started in 2024. About 80% of those are expected to drop out if you look at historical standards.
Right.
When you look at programs like AOPA, which offers the Ray Scholarship, which basically gives students the opportunity to get a completely free private pilot's license if they put in just a little bit of work and get their private pilot written out of the way, it gives a free opportunity to become a private pilot. I wish I knew that, but the most important part about this is that industry standard of 80% washout rate is inverse when you look at what AOPA does, and they have over an 80% success rate with all of their students that go through the program. That's really important.
That really is noteworthy to change a statistic like that. It's one that has held firm on that dropout rate for so long. And AOPA is doing a great job with that.
And if I may say, one of the real challenges, if you're a 15 or 16-year-old kid and you want to get into aviation, pilots make up 0.2% of the overall population. Mechanics, even less. The likelihood of you actually meeting somebody as a teenager who can give you real insight is very slim. But the high school programs put you right into a place where you can network and meet people, have really good study materials, and you can start your own aero club for after school, whatever, and you can have access to aircraft if you want to.
So you mentioned day jobs. What's your day job and the tie-in with what you're doing now?
I am now a man of many hats. As I mentioned, I do this 20-city tour as a actual contractor type person with the Federal Aviation Administration as their ambassador for aviation and space education. But I make my living off of aviation consulting. I do aircraft sales. I started up an aircraft leasing company when I was at Embry-Riddle. I was fortunate that we did a little bit of business and we did it the right way. And by the time I graduated Riddle, I had 10 airplanes that I owned that I was leasing out to flight schools. And that company has grown over the years. We've had our ups and downs for sure. But that's my day job of being able to keep the lights on. But my real passion part of my career is really promoting the industry, opportunities that are available in it. I've had so many amazing experiences, not just flying air shows, but the people that I've had the opportunity to meet. I've had the opportunity to travel around the world, meet some amazing mentors and some experiences that I've had.
Now you are that mentor. That's amazing. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, but I have a long way to go to be able to actually reach my definition of being that.
Excellent. Well, you mentioned you soloed it at 14. That's not allowed. How did you solo at 14 years old?
So the power of somebody telling you no is really powerful sometimes. And when I was 13 years old, I remember walking into the FAA office here. It was my first time, and I had gotten a letter from the FAA already telling me that that I was you couldn't fly solo before your 16th birthday. But long story, ended up going up to Canada and getting the chance to fly solo up there at 14.
Fantastic.
Having a mentor, having somebody that young people can contact and says, hey, you have any questions, ask me. I'll find you the right person. I'll find you the right school. I'll find you the right instructor. That is so valuable because they don't know where to start.
And one key thing that I would like to say on that is aviationstart.org gives you the opportunity to find all of those resources.
Aviationstart.org and Hangar A. And thank you guys for being here with us today.
You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
After an action-packed day at Sun and Fun, unwind with live nightly entertainment at the corn roast stage in the campground. Savor the taste of freshly roasted corn and soak in the lively atmosphere as the sun sets. With great music, good company, and the perfect evening breeze, it's the ultimate way to wrap up your day in aviation paradise. 6 to 8 p.m. every evening. Performing Monday and Tuesday will be Mountain Brew Band, Wednesday and Thursday, Rusty Trumpet Band, and Friday and Saturday, Eli Mosley.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun and Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the Vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly and Early camping package. See you at Sun and Fun.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Are you interested in learning about composite materials, layups, hot wiring, and mold making? Want to learn all about fastener types, swagging and safety wiring, or riveting and drilling techniques? What about the polyfiber aircraft covering system? Maybe even try some or all of these yourself? Come take advantage of our no-cost Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located at the corner of Tom Mack Road and Crossfield Way.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun & Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida. Country music fans, get ready. On Tuesday, April 1st, Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker are bringing the party to Sun & Fun 51. With an incredible 22 #1 hits, Tyler Hubbard will light up the stage with smash songs like 5'9" and Back Then Right Now. Plus, multi-platinum artist Uncle Kracker joins the fun, bringing his signature sound and fan-favorite hits like Follow Me and When the Sun Goes Down. The concert is free with your Sun & Fun admission. Gates open at 6 p.m. on the Warbird ramp.
Sun & Fun's volunteer jet team hospitality ensures the comfort and enjoyment of our visiting jet team friends and family by offering hospitality services such as shuttle transportation, snacks and beverages, local information, and more to our guest jet teams. Additionally, they coordinate a meet and greet between the jet team and local youth groups, allowing them to experience Sun & Fun firsthand and create lasting memories. Thank you, Jet Team Hospitality, for making the Blue Angels feel welcome this year.
They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun & Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun & Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to...
And now back to the Sun & Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in the part by the Green Bay Austin Strawbell International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun & Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. All right, Jack, we're still chugging along here. We're doing good. So it's Tom Frank. I'm joined by Jack Hodgson. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. It's a great day, is what I'm. I've been saying it over and over again this morning. Maybe that's why I'm stammering a little bit. But it is truly a wonderful day here at Sun & Fun 2025.
That's what I was just thinking. It's like day 3, and my tongue is already twisted.
There's a little bit of that going on for sure. Yeah, but I've been having a great time chatting with all these folks here as the week progresses. And
which brings me to, who do we have on the deck?
We're
now?
joined this particular segment by David Smith, who is the president and CEO of Robinson Helicopters. Hi, David. How are you doing?
Doing great.
Welcome to the deck.
Good morning.
So before I ask you some serious questions, I want to just kind of comment that people like Tom and I who do this kind of thing receive a lot of trade show swag over the years. But the stuff that you've given us here is not only very generous but cool. We like the stickers are great with all your different helicopter lines, and we're particularly liking the keychain. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Have a great marketing team.
Cool stuff. I think it's a reflection of the qualities of the company. Tell us about what you're up to. So you guys have your finger, your foot, your toe in a lot of different locations around the fly-in this year. Tell us about some of those.
Sure. We this is our second year exhibiting as an exhibitor ourselves, and we're happy to begin hopefully a long relationship with Sun & Fun. We've had great customers here at Chopper Town for many years, but we had not ourselves been exhibitors, and so this is a priority for us now to help build both the next generation of aviators. I love the fact there's so many kids that come and visit, and the weekend in particular is full of kids, and I think that's really important for us to get more pilots and folks turned on to helicopters and vertical aviation in general. So that's important. But then we also have on display just behind the gazebo here, the building, we have Operation Hilo, which is one of our partners that we are collaborating with to prepare the United States for the next disasters and help to make sure that they have the resources of a civilian fleet of Robinson helicopters to better respond when we have floods, fires, hurricanes, and the like. And I think that the team has done an incredible job. We have some great former military folks that really approached the Hurricane Helene relief effort with a precision and a safety-conscious safety system that allowed them to run 400 confirmed saves in Robinson helicopters with no incidents and mishaps in the
Very
aircraft.
cool.
Amazing,
Very
very
cool.
cool.
Is that so? Is the Operation Hilo is that just for raising awareness, or do they actually coordinate relief efforts?
They actually deploy just like the military would, and they go in fast enough to where I think they can beat the National Guards in most places into the hot zones. And they do a lot of mapping, both before a storm would happen or before an event would happen, so that they know where all the best landing zones are for deployment of helicopters, particularly small helicopters, where you can get aid to the point of need. They do an incredible job, and I encourage people to go see the command center they've built that allows them to track real-time things that happen as each of these aircraft deploy. They can identify, how many people are in the area that need aid, what types of aid. They do a really good job of the coordination of the air assets, the ground supply lines, all the things that are needed to make this a highly effective relief organization. So incredible team, incredible work they've done already, and they're just getting started.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the Robinson line. What's going on with your products these days?
Sure. So we've one of the great things, I joined about 2 years ago, and I'm an engineer myself, done a lot of product development in my past. Love product development. Our industry has had too few new starts and new product development efforts in recent years. Last one was 10 years ago. But this year we unveiled our new product, the R88, that will be a disruptive force. We feel it's got all of the hallmarks that are needed today. A robust aircraft that is field repairable, field supportable, simple from an aircraft design perspective, so less things to fail, less things to maintain. Single engine, so it has less fuel required for every flight. A very simple aircraft that can offer a lot of the latest features and safety advancements, but not a whole lot of extra complexity. And so we're excited about that. We think it will enable a whole new revolution in deployed and distributed fire relief and fire support. As well as, for a show like Sun and Fun, I was thinking about how great it'd be to helicamp out of the back of an R88, and I think that's something you'll see in the years ahead.
So just for our listeners, because I asked the question, give us an idea of the size of this aircraft in perspective to some of your other products.
Yeah, so it is more than twice the size of an R66, our kind of fleet leader that's about 2,700 pound max gross weight on that guy. This thing is well above that and can hold 10 people. And
yeah.
So when you think about that space allows, you can pull the seats out real easily, and you can use it for carrying pallets of water, or you can use it for the payload for dropping water on fire, or you can, like I said, use it for camping and camp your whole family in the back. It's an incredible multi-tool for our customers.
Now, are there any of those flying yet?
Not yet. So the first flight prototype is being built right now in our Torrance factory, and we expect to fly sometime late this year, early next, most likely early next. The development process for new modern turbine-powered aircraft is a tough one from a safety side, and so we want to make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
Okay. You just alluded to something I was curious about. The engine. It's a turbine engine? Or?
It is a turbine engine. It's the Ariel 2W engine that is the newest version of the Safran helicopter engine. So one of the only companies that's truly purely focused on helicopter applications. So their engines are really the dominant force in single and twins in the light categories across the market.
Yeah. Tom and I confessed or apologized earlier for the fact that we're fixed wing pilots, and but I can't speak
but you
for
saw
Tom.
that as an opportunity.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. Two future customers here.
There we go. Could be, but I speaking for myself, have always admired these aircraft when you see them at airports. I have fond memories of years and years ago, I lived in the California area, and there was a really nice medium-sized air show at Watsonville. And I think he was a local or from the area there, who used to fly one of your 22s in a kind of a very straightforward flight demonstration there over the runway, showing us emergency landings and auto what do they call it?
Auto rotation.
Auto rotation.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
And he would be talking to us over the public address from the cockpit. So he'd be saying, "And now I'm going to do this, and see, I'm doing it differently this time," and it was really, really interesting. And I don't know if he still does that, but
they're surprisingly nimble aircraft. And I think what people think about in vertical lift is what happens when you have an engine failure. But auto rotation is such an amazing thing. It's equivalent to a glide in an airplane. And our pilots are trained really, really well to make sure that when or if that happens, many of them go their whole career and never see one.
I understand the physics, but every now and then I imagine, okay, you got to do this and this and this, and okay, I'm going to wait. I'm going to let my friend fly the airplane.
Sure.
Absolutely.
we're beginning to reach the end of our allotted time, but I am curious. Can you, in like a minute or two, the history?
Sure.
Of you are apparently the first non-Robinson who is the president and CEO of the company. Congratulations. How long has the company been around?
So we're in our 52nd year, and our business was founded by Frank Robinson. It was his lifelong vision and really his second career. I mean, he had a whole career developing aircraft for others and learned from that and decided this was what he wanted to build, and no one took him seriously at the time. And I think there's a lot of folks at the Sun and Fun, kind of the startup and innovation areas of the industry, that they can learn a lot from Frank. And he was persistent. He was determined. He didn't take loans and take on big debt. He reinvested the money he made off of small numbers of product into building larger and larger numbers of product. He was ruthless about the number and types of people. Did a great job building a small business in aviation with all the things that challenge us today were still the problem then.
How many Robinson helicopters are in the air? These are airworthy.
Yeah, so over 10,000 aircraft are flying every day, and we service those parts and provide spare parts to them out of the Torrance factory in Southern California today. So we know where all the aircraft are and how many of them are flying in training or private use or cattle mustering or agriculture work. They're used in some really incredible things.
Yeah, really. You mentioned the Operation Hilo thing. Where else on the field can people find you and your aircraft?
Yeah, down at Choppertown, there's if you make your way out that direction, you'll see something like 20 of our aircraft out there with customers flying them in for the week, and so a lot of aircraft out there. And then around the facilities, you might see occasionally one out on a stand or out performing. I see one flying over the air doing some.
So you don't have a formal exhibit?
Oh, we do have our own. Yes, so we have our own exhibit right outside it's like right outside the hangars.
The suites.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. Very good. Very good. And where can people find out more about you guys on the internet?
Yeah, if you go to robinsonheli.com, you'll find our website, which is a great way to see some of the missions we perform, and also a lot of really unique visual. And you can even build your own Robinson helicopter and maybe take a virtual spin in it.
Very cool.
Cool stuff. You may get me one of these days.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
David, we appreciate so much you come talking to us this morning. Really good stuff. Yep. Really good information. And good luck with Operation Hilo.
Thank you, guys.
Here we go.
I think we're on like a countdown now. Blue should be flying over any second.
10:59 and counting for the 11 a.m. beginning of the arrivals of the really loud jets that are coming in here.
Absolutely.
It's going to be exciting.
We'll go ahead and turn it over to the sponsors and for a quick break, and we'll be back for another segment soon.
Yep.
Hello, this is Kevin from the Let's Talk Flying podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Just a few words of etiquette for the Fire Hub located in the campground. The Fire Hub area is provided for the enjoyment of guests and volunteers who are camping in the Sun and Fun campground. The wood supply is for the fire pit only. Please do not take the wood for individual campsite use. Ground fires are not permitted in the campground unless in approved above-ground campfire containers. Do not add flammable liquids or excessive amounts of wood to the fire. The fire pit is not a refuse container. Please place your bottles, cans, and other disposables in garbage containers located nearby in the campground. Remember, quiet time starts at 10 o'clock p.m. in the campground. Many volunteers who camp nearby start their work days early. Please be considerate. The Fire Hub area must be vacated by midnight, and unruly behavior will not be tolerated. Any individual deemed unruly will be asked to leave by Sun and Fun Security, and if necessary, the Lakeland Police Department will be called. Thank you for helping us make this an enjoyable
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Never used an English wheel, mallets, or beads to shape metal? If not, the Metal Shaping Workshop is the right stop for you to learn. Have you seen a wooden props carved? If not, come see what it all entails from start to finish. Ever wonder what it's like to gas weld? Come give it a try. The Sun and Fun Workshops, where you can learn all the skills needed to build your very own plane.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or Pro Flight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
Craving a classic treat?
Come enjoy some delicious fire-roasted sweet corn on the cob for just $3. All to support EAA Chapter 635 from DeLand, Florida. Find us in the West Campground, food court behind Hangar A, or look for our mobile unit around the grounds. We've been roasting corn at Sun and Fun since the 80s, with all proceeds fueling youth STEM education, free young eagle flights for kids 8 to 17, and grassroots aviation programs. Grab some corn, savor the flavor, and help inspire the next generation of
Hey, Elvis fans and history buffs, join us for a once-in-a-lifetime Elvis tribute concert at Jimmy's World's famous Elvis Mobile, the 1962 Lockheed Jetstar once owned by the King himself. Experience this incredible conversion of Elvis Presley's private jet, complete with its original red velvet and gold interior, a perfect time capsule from the 1970s. Happening Friday, April 4th from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Vintage Aircraft area during Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2025. Don't miss this unique celebration where rock and roll royalty meets aviation history. Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best.
Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the wings and polish up your skills and ratings. You can check out the Sun and Fun program or www.flysnf.com.
Start your day right with the Twin Palms Breakfast every morning from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. at the southeast corner of the Warbird Ramp and Bravo Taxiway. Enjoy a delicious meal for just $12 per adult, $6 for kids 3 to 12, and little ones under 3 eat free. It's a great way to fuel up for the day's adventures, and everyone's invited. Don't miss out. Come join us at Twin Palms Breakfast.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. And I know I just said good afternoon. I'm getting ahead of myself because it's a little warm out here in sunny Central Florida, but we're having a great time with a huge, looks like a busy day out here on the grounds at Sun and Fun. This is Pilot Jim G on Sun and Fun Radio, and we've got some great guests today. As always, when Kelly Murphy comes to visit us from Women in Aviation International. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Jim. How are you?
Oh, I'm having a great time. I love this job. Sun and Fun comes to us, and we learn about everything that's going on here at the event. And what are we going to learn today?
Well, thank you. We're glad to be here every morning for Women Shine Radio. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about a Women in Aviation International member and corporate member. But first I want to talk a little bit about our resources, WAI.org. We're 20,000 members strong, but we are always looking for more members to support our mission to get more women involved in aviation and aerospace in all career aspects. And on our YouTube channel, we are featuring WA On Air video podcast, and today's guest that I have, Elise Dominguez, is with me because she is one of our presenters through our WAI On Air video podcast called Empowering Women Through Financial Knowledge. This is a topic we all really are keen to get more information on. Elise is a financial advisor at Allworth Airline Advisors, which is previously known as RAA. They are both a WI corporate member and a Sun and Fun exhibitor this week at Hangar A, booth 2. So Elise, great to have you on the deck today.
Good morning, Kelly. It's
fantastic to be here. I'm really looking forward to this day. So thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Elise, I know we can't cover all the information that you have as advice, but let's just maybe dive into a few of the kind of steps for financial well-being. As a woman, I think this is important to understand that. So can you talk maybe about the 3 success factors you have felt that is necessary for, in fact, that financial advice?
Absolutely. I would love to speak on that. I am a certified financial planner, a CFP professional, and the CFP board has been really honing down on our research as far as women as investors. So the CFP board recently did some research, and more than 2 in 3 women are actually making those financial decisions for the household, which is absolutely incredible. Just looking back at a couple of years when I would work with a couple, as soon as we started speaking about investments, typically the woman would leave or just be like, okay, I'm going to dismiss myself. I don't understand this. So I'm just kind of, I'm done with it. But now they're asking intelligent questions. They're knowing more information. So even more important than ever is we need to get women involved as far as finances go, since they are making those crucial financial decisions for their family. So just a couple of success factors I want to touch on is building wealth first off. As far as what you're investing in now, what's being offered to you through your employer. Do you have a 401k? Are you investing in IRAs, individual retirement accounts, individual accounts like taxable accounts? So I think it's really important to, what are you doing today to help your future self as far as finances go? And if you're not investing, it's okay, but now is a great time to start. And another thing, whenever we are investing, is investing smarter. I was onboarding one of my new clients, and she's fantastic. She's brilliant. She's so smart. And there's an investment account called a individual retirement account, an IRA. And every year she was maxing it out, doing the max contribution, which is wonderful. But whenever we were reviewing her statements, we saw that her investments were in cash. So they actually weren't even really being invested. She was doing the right thing, but you don't know what you don't know. And I was like, okay, so this is a good first start. We'll make sure that it's invested moving forward, but you don't know what you don't know. And there's nothing wrong with asking for help. There's no shame. There's nothing. I know it can be a very vulnerable topic. And
it can be daunting, right?
Absolutely. Very overwhelming.
Yes.
But there is nothing wrong with asking for a second opinion and starting as early as you can. I think I always tell my clients that too. Like, we all have to start from somewhere, right? And everyone's journey is different. Your journey in aviation is different. So is your financial well-being as well. And you can't compare yourself to what everyone else is doing. And they're like, well, at least I have debt or I have this. It's okay. Like, the best part is that you came forward to ask for help, right? And that's what we're here to do. And then another thing I wanted to touch on was, strategic financial planning for the future, right? We want to make sure that you're setting your future self up today for success, whether that's debt management, making sure that we're not taking on too much debt because then we're not able to save for the future. So it's really important just to see, where we're at as far as that goes to make sure that we're setting yourself up for success in the future.
I love that. Now, during your seminar that, again, anybody can watch it on our WAI YouTube channel, you shared some great steps on maybe how to control your money. Can you share a few tips from that?
Oh, of course. Absolutely. I think the first step, and especially being a woman, is realizing that we have a responsibility as well, right? We are in control of our finances. Nobody can make these decisions for us. We're the ones that are also bringing in a paycheck. So we have a responsibility to make sure that we're taken care of. And I think a good first step is, as far as cash flow goes, like, how much are you spending on a monthly basis? Do you have a budget? It's very common for clients to tell me, Elise, I make X amount of money, but I don't know where it goes. It's very common. Or it's like, what are you spending on, expenses as far as like going out and doing things like that is fun, and we should reward ourselves. But it's also really important to know, how much money am I bringing in? What's going to bills? And then what's going to savings? And then where's my fun money? Right? We deserve that too.
We all deserve that.
Oh, of course. I love it. So knowing about your cash flow, and then also establishing a positive cash flow. If you can, if you have excess funds, let's go ahead and put that in a savings account or start investing those dollars. And speaking of a savings account, I always recommend that we establish an emergency fund first. And that's typically what we recommend is 3 to 6 months of your variable and fixed expenses.
Good to know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also recommend that my clients open up what's called a high yield savings account. So instead of just throwing the money in your like Wells Fargo bank or your bank account where you're getting, pennies for interest, there's also there's high yield savings account where you can get like 3, 4, 5% interest. And I think that having your emergency fund, making sure that it's liquid, available if you need it in case you have to take some time off for work, or if an emergency happens, like. For example, one of my clients, they unfortunately got in a car accident, so they needed to buy a new car, and that helped with the down payment, and I think that provides some peace of mind too. And then also, taking a look at your credit. So there's 3 credit bureaus where you can pull a free credit report, such as Experian.com, and just so you can see where your score is. Do you look like a positive lender? Because that affects your interest rates that you get for like cars or a mortgage rate, right? So it's important just to check that too. Like I'll tattle on myself a little bit, but the first time I pulled my credit report when I was in high school, I actually had there was a medical bill on there, and I was actually in collections, and I was in high school.
Oh my gosh!
And it was an error, but it's important to
really
check.
important to check that, right? And to check it frequently, or what would you recommend?
I recommend checking it at least a year. At least a year, just to make sure that everything looks in good order, that all of your debts are on there. Maybe just to make sure, and you never know, maybe identity can get stolen or something like that. That's what happened to me. So it's important just to check to make sure it looks good.
I could sit here on the deck and talk to you all day about the next thing to do, and also to advocate for yourself in the workplace. I know you have some tips on that. What are maybe some of the, as you go in to negotiate your salary in the workplace, any top tip that you can offer?
Yeah, I think a good first step is finding a mentor. What do you want to do for your career? That's what I did. I was like, okay, I want to be a financial planner. So I worked very closely with a financial advisor that was a woman in my industry. And don't be embarrassed to ask about, what is a range of what you were paid, or someone with my experience, like if you have like a year to 5 years experience, like what does that look like? Like how much should I be getting paid? And I also worked closely with my program director at my college, just to ask too, what have you been seeing from previous students? Like, is this offer letter in range of what I should be getting? And I think as women is that we shouldn't be embarrassed to talk about salaries and negotiating our starting salaries. Like, don't sell yourself short. Don't take the first offer.
Advocate for ourselves, right?
Absolutely.
I love that. Now, before we have to close, can you tell me again your Hangar A, Booth 2? Come and see Elise and her colleagues to get more financial information. What about your website? How can we get in touch with you?
Absolutely. It's allworthairline.com.
allworthairline.com. Thank you so much for being here with me on the deck. And certainly, if you need financial responsibility and a little bit of guidance, check out and see Elise. She's here the rest of the week. Hangar A, Booth 2.
Yes. Thanks so much, Kelly. This was fun.
Thank you, Elise.
Elise and Kelly, thanks for being with us at Sun and Fun Radio. I hope we've learned a lot. I think I have. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Hello, this is Dave Pasco with LiveATC.net. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at LiveATC.net/SNF.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main entrance of the expo. Your requests have been heard loud and clear. Lincoln Electric is back to share their wealth of knowledge on TIG welding techniques. Make sure to stop by their workshop off Tom Mack Road to learn and engage with their skilled representatives. Get ready to spark your creativity. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with learning and exploration. The Sun and Fun hands-on workshops. See you there.
Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, Short-Wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland families save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today, or visit boleyinsurance.com.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun and Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the flyby pattern and staging times. Each aircraft or group has exclusive use of the pattern for up to 6 minutes. It's a fantastic opportunity to exhibit your aircraft in action to the many guests at the event. See you at the Flyby Showcase, featured daily from 10:30 a.m. until 12 p.m.
Join us Thursday 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the legendary Aviation Coffee Company tent for a special time of remembrance and celebration of the life of Kevin Lacey, the popular star of the Discovery reality series Airplane Repo. Come meet the kids and members of the Tango 31 Club that Kevin
And
made.
now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. I am Tom Frank. I'm joined by Jack Hodgson. Jack,
Hi,
how you doing?
I'm good, and the Blue Angels are
Just
in the building.
Arrived, yes.
Yeah,
It was an awesome flyby, so we may end up with some noise through this segment. So,
maybe it looked like, though, they went into a landing break, so they're going to get on the ground. But you never know whether they'll turn it around in the next 15 or 20 minutes to
absolutely
do
but
some practice.
They have arrived.
Yeah.
So who do we have on the deck with us this morning?
We're being joined this segment by Greg Ledbetter, who is the CEO of PS Engineering. Hi, Greg. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's great to be here.
Welcome back.
Good morning, Greg.
You're an old timer here at Sun and Fun Radio. You've done this. What you told me, half a dozen times?
6-7 times.
Yeah. Okay. So you tell us what we're supposed to be doing here, because Tom and
really, we're new at this.
Yeah, really.
You guys look like amateurs.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Well, there you go.
We learn as we go.
Yeah, the problem is that we get to look. People get to see what we look like now because of the video. It's like once upon a time we could say, well, it's radio. Nobody's. But now I watched myself on the video last night, and I'm going, well, look, Jack, you spend an awful lot of time straightening out the wires. Maybe you should not be.
Fiddling so much.
Tell us about PS Engineering. What's the company all about? What's your mission? What's your product line?
Well, thank you. PS Engineering has been coming to Sun and Fun for many years. This is the company's 40th year in business. So we started back in 1985. with a simple goal to design and manufacture an intercom at the time. Did not know where the company would end up, but 40 years later, we're pretty much in any type of aircraft that you can imagine. So the owner of the company had come to the show many years ago with a portable intercom, walked around, showed a few people what his idea and concept was, got just amazing feedback, and that's how I got started.
Yeah, cool. What products are particularly exciting this year?
Right. So, I mean, we're still, PS Engineering has been making general aviation audio systems for this market, like I say, for 40 years. There's nothing new for the GA market, but we have been branching out by our customers' requests, have got into special mission and also business aviation. The nice thing about PS Engineering and our general aviation line of products, we have a audio system for any customer. So any budget that you may want or any kind of functionality that you want the audio system to do, we are the leader in that. Everything from a low-cost PMA 4000, small package audio panel, all the way up to our premium plug-and-play audio systems to the Garmin GMA 340. So we're in Action Hangar D, so you can always come by the booth and let us show you the product line that we have and find the audio system that's right for you.
What is that booth number?
It's Hangar D, booth number 56.
Yeah. How does one make this kind of a buying decision? If you're flying your average, 172, 182 kind of aircraft,
right?
And want to upgrade your gear, what are the kinds of things that one should be considering?
Right. So pilots right now they dig into the products themselves. They pull out the manuals. They want to see what they're getting ready to buy and what they're getting into. Most of them come by and they already know what kind of idea what they want. We kind of show them the differences between the products and the different functionalities that each product offers and let them kind of make a decision from there. We have a lot of people show up and say, oh, okay, well, I have this 40-year-old radio. And so we have a product called the PAR 200B, which is an intercom, an audio panel, and comes with a remote mount Trig radio. So this allows the customer to upgrade one of his radios and then also add a navigator to the system and have a really nice audio system with audio panel. So this is kind of the picture over here. So the control head is built into the audio panel, and that adjusts the remote Trig radio.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned earlier you span the entire range of aircraft types, large to small, inexpensive to very expensive.
Yeah.
Any particular stories about gearing up? Maybe some of the Tom, you fly some of these bigger aircraft. You familiar with these kinds of products?
Yes, and I actually see more of the stuff in the GA stuff. I think I have one of his systems in the Archer that I have in the club that I belong in. And a lot of the training aircraft that I've been in have been retrofitted with these systems, and they work quite well. It's a lot easier to see what's going on. I don't even know if you remember the old style; they had the toggle switch on them.
Oh, yeah.
And it was hard to see whether the toggle switch was up or down, whether you were on COM 1 or COM 2. And these things light up; they make a lot better visibility for them. So and we were talking before about the particular jet that I fly, and they're developing things all the time to get to that end.
Right.
What did you say? You said Falcons and
some of our newer designs. We are once again requests from our customers. We are making products that work in Gulfstreams, Falcon jets, and Bombardiers. So to go back to PS Engineering, our audio control panel specialists. This is what we do. This is all we do. We don't make GPSs or comms or anything like that. We focus all of our energies on the audio system, and that's what's made us successful over the 40 years. We are also panel partners with a lot of other companies out there: Avidyne, Honeywell, Bendix Keen, Genesis Aerospace. So we actually design and manufacture products for them, audio systems for them. So we have a lot of good panel partners, and this is kind of what our core competency is.
Mm-hmm. You said the company's been around for 40 years.
40 years this year. Yep, 1985.
What was it? And did you tell me that the founder is still very involved?
The founder and the president is here today, so you can come by the booth and say hi to him. But yeah, he's still.
What is his name?
Mark Scheuer. Scheuer. Yep.
Yeah.
Very involved with the company. Loves the company. This is nothing. There's nothing more he'd rather be than at Sun and Fun this year. I promise you, this is his vacation, all of our vacations. So we really enjoy all this. But yeah, he's just very passionate about aviation. Very knowledgeable about everything. So
yeah, you alluded to this a minute ago. But how did the company get started? What was the origin about?
So he was learning to fly, and he was, had an instructor he would work with, and they didn't have headsets back in the day. They were yelling back and forth to each other, and he just couldn't, get much out of the training that he was getting. So he started looking around for a product that had an intercom, and he just didn't find anything that he liked. So he had a background in engineering. Him and another guy worked together and came up with a little portable intercom, and just kind of went from there.
Was it like a slam dunk from the beginning, or were there what do they call it, salad days or whatever?
So I've been there for 33 years, so I'm sure there was some trying times with anything, but he never gave up his goal. He was very focused on what he wanted to do, and he says this all the time. He didn't get into this to be a business and make money, but it turned out to be what it is. So it's he's very, very successful guy. He worked hard at it, and that was kind of his goal.
Sure, common story on the field. So the original systems were integrated with the radios as well?
Not the radios, no. So we're none of our systems are built in with the radios themselves, so they can't integrate with the radio. The Par 200B, what I was speaking about earlier, is a remote radio, and it has the control head built into the audio system itself. So we call it a panel saver, so you don't have to have.
Well, I mean, even the control panel itself, it allows you to pick one radio over the other.
It does,
so that it goes into the headphones. So that had to be a part of the integration, wasn't it?
It was.
So, I mean, there probably wasn't a lot of headphones around back then either, right?
Right. So back in 1996, we came out with the first audio panel that had an integrated intercom system, also marker beacon receiver. So you talked about the audio panels with the flip switches. Those were the KMA-24s. So our system originally was connector compatible to the KMA-24, so it allows you to plug into the back of the audio system and wire the intercom in. As the KMA-24s start aging out, we also have plug-and-play audio systems for other products out there.
That's great. Tell us once again where you are here at the Fly-In this year.
So we are in Hangar D. We are at booth number 56 and 57, and like I say, come by and see the team.
Yeah, and if people aren't here at the show, where can they find out more about you on the internet?
So they can go to psengineering.com and find us, or they can call the factory.
That's great. Mm-hmm. Anything else you wanted to tell us that we forgot to ask you about?
No, we really appreciate being here. Like I say, this is I think this is probably our 35th or 36th year at Sun and Fun as a company.
Wow.
We're very happy to be here. We have just a great. Everybody comes by and says, "Oh, I love my PS stuff. I love my PS stuff." So it's good to hear that. So
sure.
We're looking forward to the next 30 years.
That is nice. Thank you very much, Greg Ledbetter, the CEO of PS Engineering.
Greg, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Good information.
Good to be here.
So Blue Angels are in town. That's great.
I'm all excited. It's like it's going to start getting louder around here.
They kind of snuck up on us a little bit. Suddenly someone said, "Look," I think it was you. Said, "Hey, look!" And you pointed out to the flight line, and they did a very low pass in formation, and then did a break to separate out for I think for landing. I don't think I've heard.
I think they're over there briefing the box, and then they'll get back up again.
Yeah, because they have to go do that. That's the there's a name for it, but it's the when they actually go fly the box to see the landmarks.
Absolutely.
That they need.
They get pretty good satellite imagery from their.
But I would imagine that there's no.
But yeah, they go out
first going and seeing
it. They go corner to corner and see it first on.
Yeah, so that's great.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a break and let our sponsors take it over for a few minutes, and then we'll come back with another segment from Chats from the Deck. Tom Frick and Jack Hodgson signing off.
That's great.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Hey kids, are you interested in learning about science or parachutes? If you are between grades K through 6, you can attend a Piedmont Aerospace Labs workshop. These exciting labs run from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily in the Kids Zone, located at the front entrance. The Kids Zone is also packed with many more cool aviation-themed activities, including a rock wall, obstacle course, space shuttle slide, combat trainer, and much more. Remember, the Kids Zone is located near the front entrance. For more information about ride ticket requirements and prices, visit flysnf.org.
If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent, located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available free of charge.
Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the flight line across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of flight line cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time.
After an action-packed day at Sun and Fun, unwind with live nightly entertainment at the cornrow stage in the campground. Grab a seat next to your sweetheart, savor the taste of freshly roasted corn, and soak in the lively atmosphere as the sun sets. With great music, good company, and the perfect evening breeze, it's the ultimate way to wrap up your day in aviation paradise. 6 to 8 p.m. every evening. Performing Friday, April 4th, Saturday, April 5th, will be Eli Mosley. See you there.
Get ready for high-flying action at the 2025 Academic Drone Soccer Student League World Cup. Experience the thrill as top school and college teams from around the world go head-to-head in this fast-paced, full-contact competition. It's an electrifying mix of technology, teamwork, and high-stakes strategy. This year's tournament features standout teams from across the U.S., Puerto Rico, and Turkey, all vying for the ultimate title. Join us for all the action in the Aerospace Center for Excellence Pavilion from 3 to 8 p.m. on Thursday and Friday.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more flight sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets. As the sun sets over Lakeland, get ready for an unforgettable spectacle. The Sunset Aerial Circus at Sun and Fun. Witness jaw-dropping performances from Stoll Demos, the Arrhythmia Paramotor Team, the Shooters Parachute Team, Pivotal Aircraft, plus dazzling drone and balloon glows. Catch the magic on Tuesday, April 1st, Thursday, April 3rd, and Friday, April 4th. And don't forget, tune into Sun and Fun Radio's video stream for live coverage. This is a sunset show you won't want to miss. A daily showcase of select warbirds, historic military aircraft, and the stories of those who flew them in harm's way. Victory's Arsenal Theater will present an aircraft each morning in front of the grandstands on the Sun and Fun Warbird ramp at 10:30 a.m. and then again at 11:30 a.m. The pilot or owner of the aircraft will share their unique personal insight and history of that warbird service. Please take a look at the mobile app for a detailed schedule.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the Main Gate Plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances. And the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51 here in Lakeland, Florida. This is pilot Jim G. with my co-host Randy Bibb. Good afternoon again, Randy.
Good afternoon, sir.
Almost afternoon. We have met some fascinating people this week, and we're going to introduce our radio audience to a character who is going to really take a different turn. This is Hans Nordsieg. He's an 18,000-hour commercial pilot, but an accomplished storyteller and performer. Randy, he and his steerman go around and talk to audiences about aviation, and the plane actually talks to the audience.
You know, I'm looking at his flyer here, and trying to put it in context for the listeners, and I said you're like Broadway on the flight line. It's
right.
Right. It's like a Broadway production there on the flight line. It looks fascinating. Hans, tell us your story.
Well, thank you for inviting me into your show. Well, my story is a very big one. I'll give you the shorter version. It all started in 1965 when my father took me to an aviation museum in Europe. I'm from Europe. I saw a Spitfire, and as a 5-year-old, I got totally mesmerized by airplanes. And I decided somehow, one day I will have wings in my life, which happened. I followed my dreams. That's a little bit my life story. If you follow your dreams, you follow your creator's gift and passion and talents, very exciting things happen. And I now come after a long career as also flying big airplanes all over the world, I come to the conclusion I need to share. It's my time to pay back what I've learned from life and in an exciting, entertaining and funny and educational way.
We are always interested here at Sun and Fun in engaging younger people and exposing them to aviation. Yeah. And you do it with a bit of comedy and a bit of storytelling. What kind of stories do you tell? How do you get the audience engaged?
Well, I tell story of the past, of the present, and the future, and especially also about the past, what happened in the past. We tell especially the young people, if you don't know your history, you don't deserve a future, and you won't live long enough to make all the mistakes people made in the past. So, what happened in the Second World War, and engaging them with the old Crow Stearman biplane, and bringing it into their lives and making them excited. Hey, history is exciting if it's relevant to your life of today, and wishing them a great life in aviation as well. It's inspiring, educational, and entertainment. You can if you only give education, it's like a steak. It has not been cooked. You need to do entertainment, which is salt and pepper on the meal, and that's what we're trying to do. So we use tools of the world of technology, of airplanes, and also tools of theater passion, how to connect with the audience.
How many shows do you do each year?
Oh, we do about 10 weekends per year.
That's good.
Yeah, but we've done it in Europe. I say we because I also work with bigger theater groups in Europe for 20 years, and now we're about 10 per year, and it's on the Saturday and Sunday. And it's a ground show. We fly the airplane in, and on a ground show we engage with the people.
So not only are you the showman, the storyteller, there's a real depth to your knowledge, aerospace knowledge. Tell us a little bit about your aerospace background and what led you there.
Yeah, as a young boy, I decided I want to become an inventor. I want to invent something new. And I was 12-year-old. I want to invent something. And I had, hey, Hans, what are you going to invent? Well, I don't know because I still have to invent it. So that's always sort of my paradigm for life, to invent things. And life took its turn. I went I studied aviation technology at the university level. And I worked for several years, 40 hours a week in an office. And I did not get the best out of me. I wanted an office at 36,000 feet. So following my dreams, I say, Hans, and people told me that time I was 22 years old. Hans, you can't do it. You don't have the money. You're too small. But I said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to believe myself. And which had happened. So I changed my career when I was 25, went to the USA. I took $15,000 in the 1980s from my bank account in Europe, went to the USA, go west, young man. And I found my way to become a flight instructor, to engage, to get more flight hours. I finally went back to Europe. Long story short, I flew for the airlines, Boeing 74, 73, 77, 78 as a pilot instructor, check pilot. So the philosophy of this country 400 years ago was go west, young man. And in a symbolic level, it means find out who you are, engage with everything that you find on your life path. So here I am, having worked in the field of flying, of work on airplanes and writing maintenance programs, and then flying all these airplanes. So this is my last stage here.
So you bring the show to the audience. They don't have to come to you. As you say, you fly the Stearman in.
Yeah.
and people can call you up or email you to bring your show to their airport if they want to have your show.
Yes, absolutely. And now exactly what you say, what at least what I it's all an attempt. I try to, if you want to pull children into my world, you need to love airplanes because I love them. We try to do it the other way. It's reverse engineering. We put the airplane from the 1940s into their world. We have printed a book with virtual and augmented reality connected to it. We have to show that the airplane really talks. So that's more the reverse engineering. Instead of pulling the airplane, the children into your world, put the airplane into their world and see what happens. And maybe in 10, 20, 30 years they decide to do other things with the airplane. It can happen.
Sure. You're doing shows here at Sun and Fun.
Yeah. 4 times a day. The first show is always at 10:30, and it's a little bit see if there's enough audience because there's so much to see and look. Well, if you haven't been to Sun and Fun this year, you have to come up with a very good excuse because flying live starts April in the Sun and Fun. So 4 times a day. We're always there. I cannot say no to audience. I always there to ask the questions, and we have beautiful things also for sale at our booth.
So where are you on the ramp? Where does the show take place?
It's a Future and Flight tent building, Future and Flight. We are behind that building. If you go to the 727 tail of the museum, if you turn around, you will see us. A big, beautiful black gold Stearman. There we are.
So what times you said you start at 10:30? Do you have those times that you can put out there?
Yeah, 10:30 we'll start that, and normally every 2 hours, 10:30, 12:30, and then every 2 hours after that.
Excellent,
we'll be there.
Excellent. Well, I look forward to coming by and seeing your show.
Yes, absolutely. And it's free, of course, and we love to do that. My team and I, we love to do it, and we learn so much by engaging. They call me a storyteller, and the trick in the storyteller, and I do attempts is. A good storyteller is a good listener. So that's what we try to do as well. Listen to the stories we get.
Randy, they don't just sit in... Hans doesn't do the show in front of the airplane. The airplane talks, puffs smoke, and looks at you. He's got eyes.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to describe for our radio audience the picture we're looking at. And it looks like it's a radial engine Stearman with 2 eyes just on either side and above the engine.
Yeah.
Articulating eyes that look at you and look around.
Absolutely. Yeah. It took us 2 years to build the show, and it is that is what's happening. It's computer-generated animatronics circuitry. We had to build our own hardware, software, etc., etc.
So you oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Jim.
You wanted to invent something as a young man, and you eventually did. This is it.
Absolutely. That's a very good conclusion because I made the same conclusion. I've invented how to materialize your dreams. I didn't know that when I made that promise, but that's how I see that I'm following my dreams, my greater given dreams, and I'm here to make it happen on this world.
Quickly, what is a website that folks can come out and look at you?
My name, hansnordseek.com. hansnordseek.com, and we're also active on Facebook.
So if you look for the Old Crow Storyteller or on Google or Hans Nordseek, you'll find their website, and you can bring Hans and his Stearman to your airport for a show.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
We'll be back in a few minutes after some messages.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from HealthQuest Radio, Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
You are invited to be right here on the flight line Wednesday and Saturday evenings starting at 7:30 for 2 spectacular night air shows. Featured performers include some of the most beloved and some of the newest and most innovative acts. You'll see skillful, world-class, and memorable performances with breathtaking lights and pyrotechnics unlike any others. There will also be a drone light show featuring over 60 synchronized, mesmerizing drones. You won't want to miss this one-of-a-kind aerial display Wednesday and Saturday evenings.
Craving something sweet? Grab a treat and support the first ever U.S. high school soaring team. Rockstar Donuts is serving up delicious donuts at the Lakeland Aero Club during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. All to help young aviators reach new heights. Every bite fuels their journey, so stop by, grab some donuts, and turn up the fun at 51. Let's make this fundraiser soar.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired.
Start your day with Sun and Fun Today Live. Join in every morning at 9 a.m. for the latest highlights, breaking news, and exclusive interviews, straight from the heart of the action. Brought to you by Sun and Fun Media Productions, your front row seat to everything happening on the ground and in the sky. Don't miss a moment. Tune in live every day at 9 a.m.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builts, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restoration Hangar.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts, planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home built area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
Church services. A non-denominational church service will be held on Sunday prior to the event at 9 a.m. in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area. Daily devotionals will be held every day in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Catholic Mass will be held on Saturday of the event at 5 p.m. at the CFAA building, the high school. A non-denominational church service will also be held on Sunday of the event at 8:30 a.m. in the Light Plain Paradise City area.
For the first time ever at Sun and Fun, we're thrilled to host the Academic Drone Soccer League World Cup on the evenings of Thursday, April 3rd and Friday, April 4th at the Aerospace Pavilion. Drone soccer inspires students to pursue aerospace and science education and career opportunities by providing a hierarchy of competitions and events that highlight student skills in engineering, aviation, teamwork, and leadership. Get ready for an action-packed showdown as teams take to the air in this high-energy competition.
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for.
And now back to Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Drabel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 61. This is Tom Frick. I'm joined by Jack Hodgson. Jack, we're still going.
We're going. This is great. We're having a good day here, and we haven't. I'm a little disappointed that the jet noise has been not quite up to par here.
Oh, I know. It's been relatively quiet, hasn't it?
But I think at any moment now we're going to get more and more here. We have had some interesting showcase flybys happening here. There's
we have
very, very interesting. Not necessarily one of a kind, but aircraft you don't see on a regular basis doing flybys here. There's an interesting single, looked like a personal jet of some sort, and a bunch of interesting aircraft. So,
it is, and the weather is still amazing. Yeah, it's warm.
It really is.
But there is a light breeze blowing, and it's a great day for an air show.
Yep.
So, Jack, who do we have on the deck with us?
We've got some really interesting people here with us during this segment, led by Chase Lee, who is the director of the Lakeland Aero Club here near the grounds, on the grounds, and a very, very interesting program. Welcome, Chase. How you doing?
Good. How are you guys? Thank you all for having us.
You're very, very good. You've brought along a couple of young people who are part of the program, and I'm going to ask you to introduce them in a minute. But first of all, give us kind of an overview of the program, what it's all about, and what's there.
Absolutely. So we are a high school flying club based here out of Lakeland. We maintain, restore, and fly all of our own aircraft, and we do it all with teenagers. It's a high school flying club. It's available to anybody that wants to join. We've got a simple membership process. And so the two that I brought with me today are one of our pilots and one of our mechanics. So I want to give them the spotlight and give them the opportunity to share where they've come from, what they're doing now, and where they plan on going when they do move on into the aviation industry.
Yeah, please introduce us, and let's hear their stories.
Gotcha. So I'll start with Jeff Sawyer here. He is our senior vice president of Lakeland Aero Club. He has aspirations to move on to be an A&P mechanic, and so I'm going to give him the opportunity to tell us a little bit about himself and what he's doing with us.
Yeah, so I started out as just wanting to learn a little bit about aircraft. Started out my aviation career just, looking for schools, wanting to get into a different high school, and ended up going to the Central Florida Aerospace Academy over there. And seeing the after-school program, the Lakeland Aero Club, I got a little bit interested in working hands-on. After I went over to the Lakeland Aero Club, I started working hands-on with like the airplanes and stuff, and it really got my interest flowing. And it really sparked from there. I started doing everything from, maintenance at my house and maintenance on airplanes and all that stuff, and it just went off from there.
Yep. You take. I'm sorry. I just had this image of you being one of the people that's like you have to take everything in the house apart and see how it works.
Oh,
and,
yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's great.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
My parents don't like it, but. Hey.
Well, okay, be gentle there, but but be adventurous. It sounds good. It sounds good. And our other guest here.
All right, our other guest here is Brock Blackwelder. He came to us just with like many of our students do, with a desire to either be in the sky, be around airplanes. They just think airplanes are cool. He's one of our pilots, and he's working very diligently to become very, very good at what he does. So, Brock?
Hello, you guys. My name is Brock, and I came into high school not really knowing what I was going to do generally. I just kind of followed my brother to my high school, and just like most kids, you just don't know really what you're going to do. And I was blessed enough to have good friends like Matthew Turbyville and Jeff here too. Jeff was a very good friend of mine, and they showed me what Lakeland Aero Club was, and that was a very, very good thing that happened in my life. They showed me what gliders were, and people were like, "Whoa, planes with no engines." I'm not going to go flying those. But me personally, it wasn't really a fear factor for me. I went into it with an open mind, and I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I got my private glider's license. And from there, I went and started working on my power training, and it's been a beautiful ride so far. Flying gliders was a very good start for me, and it made me a very, I would say, skilled starting pilot, very skilled pilot at first. So I was very blessed to have the Lakeland Aero Club.
Yeah, gliders are cool. So you've reached the point where you solo gliders?
I have my glider PPL, and I've solo powered, and I'm very close to having my power check read.
And which do you prefer? I guess is my question.
I like a little bit of both worlds. They both have their pros. If you want to have something quiet and you just want to go and kind of be in the air for a long time, A little bit of background noise there.
Yeah, I know. That's good stuff.
Well, there's the noise we're all hoping to hear.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It'll pass. This is why we're here.
Yeah. A little bit of America.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Gliders. So when you're trying to explain to a friend what's so cool about gliders?
You really get in tune with the aircraft, There's not a whole lot of engine noise, and you don't got headphones on, You're just floating in the air, You're trusting your wings to just carry you everywhere, and you got to really feel the plane, You have to figure out how the sky works, because you got thermals coming, and you got to keep yourself in the air, so you really got to understand the aerodynamics of the plane and how weather really works to keep yourself up. And it's a really cool experience, because with powered, just kind of pushing through the air, you can always just throttle, but when you have that glider, you gotta find out how to get yourself up in the air. So it's interesting.
And then on the day when you're going to fly power, well, what's the thing that you're looking for there that's different?
Definitely weather is an aspect. Where you're going to fly to, because you can fly anywhere you want with powered. So, definitely that the possibilities are a lot farther with powered, but there's definitely a lot more you have to focus on when flying gliders.
Yeah. Jeff, it's Jeff, right?
Yes, sir.
Jeff. So from the mechanic situation here, how is working on airplanes? Hang on, here comes some more noise. I don't know how broad your experience is, but is working on airplanes different than working on cars, or?
So it is a little bit different. Sometimes I actually think it's a little more simpler because we have a lot of almost instruction books that kind of tell us how to do things. But it is a lot more in tune because you got to be very specific with everything. You got to know exactly what you're doing. You got to know how it's got to be done, and everything just kind of has to be in play.
Sure.
And it has to work.
Yep. We're still enjoying that noise out there.
Yes.
Any particular mechanics projects you've been on lately that you found interesting?
So right now at the Aero Club, we are working on our. Just one
You can keep talking. We can hear you.
Yeah, it's okay. Just give it a second. It's now we can talk.
So we are working on our L-19 Bird Dog. It is actually one of our warbirds right now, but over there we are building the engine from the crank up, and it's the engine is actually called an 0470-11B. It's a very rare engine that was really built only for that airplane, and it's kind of cool just being able to build that up from the start and get a teardown of how everything works on the engine, and it really gives you that in-depth look of, exactly how it's going. So
nice.
It's pretty cool.
Nice. So we're starting to reach the end of our allotted time here. Is there anything I haven't asked you guys that you want to tell us about the program?
So I think we've really covered it. I mean, the cool part about what we do is, it's from the ground up. I mean, we start in gliders. We start with restorations. I'm a firm believer that if I can't trust you to do the small things right, I can't trust you to do the big things right. So if you are struggling with safety wire, let's get you going. I want to be able to get you to a point where you can do that blindfolded, right? I don't want to take you from not knowing what safety wire is and putting you around a spinning prop, right?
Exactly.
So each of these, everyone that's here with me today has earned their spot at this table. They have done the small things right. They're working on doing the big things even bigger and even better. It's a wonderful program.
Am I right that you're located in the hangar that's right out there by the main gate?
Absolutely. Okay. So if you see the Octagon building, you're probably looking at our hangar as well.
Is there any opportunity there for the general public to come and see what you're up to?
We would love to have you guys come by, ask us questions, talk to our kids, learn what we're doing, stop by, donate, help us out. We're looking to grow and get better.
Okay.
So there's absolutely an opportunity. We'd love to have anybody and everybody that wants to stop by, meet me, meet all of my kids. I'm just the one that controls the chaos, right? Everybody else, come meet them. Come talk to these guys.
Is it wishful thinking that you're controlling the chaos, or are you trying to control the chaos?
If we can keep the train on the tracks, it's a good day.
There you go. That's very, very good.
So for the people that are not here on the field, how do they get a hold of you?
LakelandAeroClub.com, or I'm sorry, LakelandAeroClub.org. You can come find us there. We have social media. LakelandAeroClub.com, and we also have our YouTube page that we're posting on each day of the air show.
Right, and so I mentioned the hangar. Is there any place else on the field that you guys are hanging out, or is that the place to find you?
So if you want to talk to one of our folks, you can see us at the hangar. There's a gentleman running around here with some wonderful Rockstar Donuts. All of the proceeds from that come to fund Lakeland Aero Club,
nice.
So come see that guy. You'll get to talk to some of our students there, as well as Fasaka. Our friends at Fasaka, we're working with them, and talk to anybody that's in a Lakeland Aero Club shirt. They'll tell you a great time.
Thank you very much. It's Jeff and Brock and Chase from the Lakeland
Guys,
Aero
thanks
Club.
for joining us this morning. Great
stuff.
Thank you
for having us.
We really appreciate you. So we're going to break for some sponsorship, and we'll have another segment coming up soon.
I'm going out to look at some airplanes.
Me too, man. That was awesome. I saw a couple fly by. I want to see another one.
Yep.
All right.
Hello, this is Larry Overstreet. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Craving a classic treat? Come enjoy some delicious fire-roasted sweet corn on the
Kick
cob.
off Sun and Fun 2025 with an unforgettable opening night concert on the Warbird Ramp, sponsored by Wealth MD. On April 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker take the stage for a country music celebration under the stars. Ditch the sneakers and throw on your cowboy or cowgirl boots. Make it the perfect date night or a night out with friends. Grab some great food and bring a blanket or chairs and sing along to your favorite hits surrounded by airplanes. This is a show you don't want to miss.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main south entrance of the expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you to the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The Engine Workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running
Are
smoothly.
you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what SunFun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main flight line. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the SunFun website at www.flyasnep.org.
We've got the Whip Air Caravan, which we call the Yukon. This is a 25% shorter takeoff roll and no loss in cruise speed. So this thing is an absolute monster in takeoff and climb.
Can you hear that behind me? That's the sound of innovation, and it took center stage Monday night during the Sun and Fun Innovation Preview. Sun and Fun Radio was there to cover all of the excitement. The annual Innovation Preview showcased the cutting edge of aviation technology, with industry leaders presenting their latest developments that promise to reshape the way we fly. From digital flight instruments to revolutionary aircraft designs, this event highlighted the incredible pace of innovation in general aviation. Let's take a look at some of the most exciting announcements. The digital revolution continues to transform cockpits across general aviation. Jim Turner, general manager of Kelly Manufacturing Company, introduced their latest line of digital instruments that make upgrading from traditional steam gauges simpler than ever.
Going digital is easy with RCL Instruments. Easy to install, power and ground basically on most of them. Fits in standard panel cutout. You don't have to add anything or take anything away from your panel. We even give you the screws and the plugs. Multi-voltage works from basically 9 to 32 volts, so you don't have to worry about the voltage of your aircraft. Reliable, solid state, FAA TSO.
Safety innovations were a major theme at this year's preview. Abid Faruqi from Silverlight Aviation introduced a groundbreaking safety system specifically for gyroplanes.
So GWS, or Gyroplane Warning System, a new technology that actually warns the pilot by audio that 4 or 5 seconds before something drastic will happen, it will actually warn the pilot that you're about to make a mistake that will cause catastrophic event. So they have time to react and essentially abort the takeoff. Similarly, it will also warn them about in-flight emergencies, like if they're going to low Gs.
This predictive analysis technology could be a game changer in preventing accidents, particularly for pilots transitioning from fixed-wing to gyroplane flying. By providing critical warnings before situations become unrecoverable, Silverlight's system addresses one of the key safety challenges in this growing segment of aviation. Hartzell Propeller, a pillar of the industry, showcased an impressive array of new carbon fiber propeller designs, each engineered for specific aircraft to maximize performance. President J.J. Frigge highlighted the company's ongoing commitment to composite technology.
What I really want to say is that, we've been in a kind of a 20-year cycle of really investing in carbon fiber and composite technology. You can call it a revolution, call it an evolution, but everything that you just saw program-wise is all around carbon fiber technology and new innovation, new STCs and TCs we bring into markets.
These new propeller designs are delivering impressive performance gains, from shorter takeoff rolls to increased climb rates and faster cruise speeds, while reducing weight by up to 20 pounds compared to their metal counterparts. One of the most pressing issues facing the industry is the looming pilot shortage, with forecasts predicting a deficit approaching 30,000 pilots by 2030. Jamel Larkins, who made headlines as one of the youngest pilots to solo a powered aircraft, is taking the challenge head-on.
Because of that and a few conversations I had with the Federal Aviation Administration late last year, we decided to relaunch the Dream Launch Tour in 2025. But this time, we're going to do it a little bit different. One significant advantage of it is that we're going to introduce a program called Aviation Start.
Aviationstart.org.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Strobel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo in Lakeland, Florida. Let's turn up the fun at 51. Good morning again, Randy.
Morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
We are not only having fun, we are getting heads full of knowledge by talking with guests from all over the show this morning and learning what everybody does. And some things you don't want to know. You don't want to know what it looks like to have an FAA intercept as you're enjoying your general aviation flying. Would you agree with that one?
That would be an end to a or a start to a very bad day, I guess, if you get intercepted.
So we want to know how to avoid it. We don't want to know how to do it.
So we're sitting here with call sign Boat Boswell.
Yes, sir.
And from NORAD, and he's going to tell us some stories, how and why and when, and how to prevent this stuff.
Yeah, that's the hope, right? So I'm out here from North American Aerospace Defense Command, so NORAD. Everybody knows, I think, that acronym overall. We are in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Everybody kind of thinks we're still in the mountain. We are not in the mountain anymore, Cheyenne Mountain. We've moved off into a regular building like normal people. And we work at Peterson Space Force Base right now. We're out here, a team. Our booth is in Hangar C, booth C21. And we're here to talk and educate and train people on how to identify and understand what a TFR, or a temporary flight restriction, is. And then if you do, for some reason, violate one, whether it's your fault or not, doesn't matter. We're going to come investigate it via an intercept with some fighter aircraft, and we're going to talk about exactly how to interact with those fighters to hopefully make this thing end safely.
So, educating myself and hopefully our audience as well. So you have aircraft stationed throughout the country, or do you have airplanes that follow the presidential or whatever, the TFR, whatever, for that reason? Do you station airplanes or just local airplanes? How does that work?
So we have both. It's a binational command. U.S. and Canadian forces are participating in this process. We defend North America, which would include Canada, the lower 48, and up in Alaska as well. We have bases all across both nations that are spread out so that we can geographically support whatever temporary flight restrictions are requested of us by the FAA to be defended, because not all of them will have defended assets there to support that process. Like wildfires out in the west, they don't have anybody defending them, but we do want to protect that airspace so those operators can do what they need to go do. Typically, we talk about the presidential TFRs, and those ones are always defended. It's a 30-mile ring with a 10-mile center ring around the thing that we are protecting, so in this case, the president. That inner ring, the 10-mile ring, that's a no-fly zone. And inside of between 10 and 30 miles, you can operate in there, and that's part of what our little card here that we are all looking at, and you can go download off of our website, www.norad.mil/general-aviation. You can download a copy yourself, come pick one up over at our booth, or come to one of our presentations throughout the week. But we've got a lot of resources there to plan properly for that, and part of that is to how to best operate within the TFR structure.
There are some videos that are hosted that show that you've simulated an intercept, so that you can watch a video. I've watched these and see what it looks like to have that intercept aircraft come up alongside.
Yeah.
And is that on your website?
There will be copies of those videos there. We've also got them as part of our presentation. And then last year, for the first year, here at Sun and Fun and up at Oshkosh as well, we actually had a demonstration or a display over Show Center with actual fighter aircraft, F-16s, and a Twin Baron that flew over and showed from a ground level what it looks like to be intercepted, rocking the wings of the aircraft and everything else like that. We always do like to emphasize, though, that if you have radio contact with air traffic control, this won't ever be a problem, right? As long as you interact with them properly. If you don't have radios that are working, or total electrical failure or something else like that, then 121.5 guard frequency is always a good place to start and try to get back up onto awareness levels of where you're at and what you're doing if you kind of get lost out there.
When we started flying, you had to go and look and do some research and seek TFRs. That information really, by today's standard, wasn't readily available. Right. And today, with all of the flight planning software, I use ForeFlight, big fan.
Sure.
And I can't comprehend that so many of these things still happen. How many incidents do you see per week, per month, per year?
Unfortunately, it's about 3 to 4 per week is about how many times we have to actually launch fighters off the ground to go start the intercept process. How many end up terminating in 2 aircraft right next to each other like you would traditionally see is much less than that. But yeah, usually 3 to 4 per week. And one of the big reasons we're here is not only to hopefully keep everybody safe, but it's also to reduce taxpayer cost and expense to do this. It costs about $150,000 every single time this happens. And this has happened 3 to 4 times a week, 52 weeks a year. You can see how that number starts to really add up.
That's about $31 million.
You're doing that math. That's really good. Yeah, that's really good.
I live in southeastern Pennsylvania, and we know when there's an intercept because we hear it.
Sure.
Especially when President Biden was in office, because we're living very close to his home in Delaware.
Yeah.
And on the weekends, you just hear that noise, and you know somebody's in trouble.
Yeah, and obviously that spikes depending on where the action is for where the president's going. Obviously, former President Biden up in Delaware, now down here again with President Trump near Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach area and stuff. It's it's a problem, and we're trying to do our best to educate people. And like you said, there's an abundance of information out there. And we're really just trying to get people's awareness up, and it just starts with that basic flight planning to start the day.
It's I think it's one of the first things you get if you do a verbal flight brief. That's one of the first things they'll tell you right up front in the adverse conditions, as if I recall. So it's been indoctrinated into the normal flight service flight briefing.
Yeah.
It's also, if you do a written briefing, it'll be right up front as a hazard.
Absolutely.
Before the weather.
Yep. So check your NOTAMs, check your TFRs. All that website stuff is on there. TFR.faa.gov is where you can find those. Pretty easy. But if you have ForeFlight or one of those iPad type apps, it should just be graphically displayed there. You click on it, it'll give you the information on when it's active, what the dimensions are, and all that good stuff.
We were speaking before the interview here, and it's a broad spectrum of incidents, I guess. You know, it's the weekend pilot that may not even have a radio in his airplane, and you have to launch for that. Or some guy's going to fly. I'm going to fly 10 miles this morning and have a $100 hamburger.
Yeah.
Completely unaware of this TFR.
Correct. Ignorance is bliss until it's not, right? We call these things really good one-time free air show, as you alluded to at the beginning. You might end up with a loss of license, or at least a suspension of a license if you do get intercepted and they find you at fault. It could add a fine on top of that, potentially as bad as jail time. So yeah, it's not something that we take lightly. 9/11 was a huge inflection point for us, and we stopped just looking out. We started looking into. So our FAA partners are a huge help there on that to give us that awareness and help keep the airspace safe overall. But we do have that same expectation from when you first got your private pilot's license. Check the weather, check the NOTAMs, and be aware of what you're going out there to do.
So it can go from a really bad day to a horrible day, depending on, like you said, they interview, they intercept, and get you on the ground, and then the problems really start to stack up.
Yeah, we don't handle that part of the penalty phase, if you want to call it that. That's now still back within the FAA realm. Our job is to get the airplanes out of the unsafe location, back on the ground, and then we hand it back over to the local authorities. Could be local law enforcement, the Secret Service, FBI, whomever it is that would be there to meet you at the aircraft. You kind of handle that like a regular traffic stop at that point. If they're maybe speeding or something, just like in your car, you pull off the runway, you exit onto the ramp, stop, shut the airplane down, and sit there and wait. Those fighters, initially they're going to surprise the heck out of you, right? They're not going to follow you onto the ground. They shouldn't expect them to land with you, but they will maintain oversight of the area until those local ground authorities show up.
You mentioned surprise, and I think this is a good point. Many of the TFRs, especially presidential, although you guys publish that they can be pop-up TFRs, they very rarely are, and some of them are published days in advance.
Yeah.
And there are mailing lists you can get on to get early warning, and my airport does a good job in relaying that information to the based pilots.
Mm-hmm.
So we all get a few days ahead information that a TFR is coming to the area.
Definitely, yeah. We do our best to get that notice out there at least 48 hours in advance, and it's a pretty solid schedule there that gets out there. So there shouldn't be really too many pop-up things. But again, you always have flight service on the go if you have any doubts or questions about whether a TFR is active or if there's one coming up in that area. But yeah, awareness is key, and we're asking pilots to do their best, to do their due diligence, to plan their flights properly, which would include looking at TFRs.
So we have two websites. We have tfr.faa.gov and NORAD's website, which is
the bottom of the card there, www.norad.mil/general-aviation.
So fellow pilots, be prepared, do your homework, and don't get in trouble. Randy, we're going to take a short break for some messages, and we'll be back in a few minutes here at Sun and Fun Radio.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio on WPEP 788 1510 AM and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Ever wondered how you can serve your community, explore aviation, and develop leadership skills? Civil Air Patrol is the official civilian auxiliary of the U.S. Air Force, open to youth and adults. Whether you're interested in aerospace education, emergency services, or cadet programs, there's a place for you. Stop by our booth next to the Lakeland Aero Club and discover how you can get involved. Visit GoCivilAirPatrol.com to learn more. Civil Air Patrol, citizens serving communities, above and beyond.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland family save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today, or visit boleyinsurance.com.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
Attention all aviation enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Innovation Showcase at the Future in Flight Plaza. Discover cutting-edge technology from leading companies like Aerosys Aileronics, Grindstone, Lift Aircraft, and more. From FlightSim.com to Molnar and beyond, this is your chance to see the future of aviation in action. Join us and explore the latest innovations shaping the industry. You can visit the Innovation Showcase today in the Future in Flight Plaza.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible...
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. My name is Tom Frick. I'm on the deck, joined by Jack Hodgson. Jack, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great.
Still running?
It's not morning anymore.
Is the coffee wearing off yet?
Yeah, okay, something like that. But it's been a great morning. We've had a good old time, and we're starting to reach the end of our broadcast day, or at least our live broadcast day here, and we'll be handing things over to the air show announcers soon. But and it's going to be a very, very exciting afternoon here in the sky over the runway here.
It is. It's going to be loud, and it's going to be fast, and it's going to be awesome.
Yes, it is. It is, and it's not even the official Blue Angels show. This is
right.
Just
this is just going to be their practice run.
This is just them practicing, and that's already very cool. So
yes, sir. So Jack, who do we have on the deck with us this morning?
We are being joined this segment by Brian DiLorenzo from Piedmont Airlines, and I tried to write down your title, and I'm reading it. I'm going, I don't understand what I wrote here. What is your role at Piedmont?
It's really not that big of a title.
Director of Talent Acquisition.
No. I'm the manager of flight operations recruiting.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
flight operations recruiting. There you go.
Yeah.
Tell us about Piedmont Airlines, if you would. It's not one of the airlines I think that it's not like United. It's not as visible to a lot of people.
Sure.
But it is there, and you're doing airline things. Tell us about what Piedmont Airlines is these days.
Yeah, so we've been around a very long time. We get people at the booth all day long saying, "Piedmont's still around? Is this the old Piedmont?"
Yeah, set us straight on this.
Yeah, so we've been around a very long time. As is typical in the industry, through mergers and buyouts and whatnot. We've made it all the way through. We were with US Air, and now we're part of the American Airlines Group. So we're wholly owned by American Airlines. So we fly regional flights for American Airlines. And the reason people don't really notice this is because our planes look just like American Airlines planes. So,
okay. Yeah. And business is good. I mean, is business good? I don't know where we are in the economy with airline travel these days, but
yeah, business is good. I know when I stopped in and chatted with you last year, we were really trying to get a lot of captains, and we were growing, and we were successful through that. We are continuing to grow. We are hiring pilots, flight attendants, maintenance technicians, a lot of corporate jobs. So yeah, we continue to grow, and business is good.
Yeah. One of the notable landmarks here at the Sun and Fun campus is the big jet up on the front that has the Piedmont markings on it. You guys are a great supporter of this fly-in. What sort of things are you doing to help them out?
Yeah, so we are. We're a big sponsor. We love Sun and Fun. We love coming back every year. We see the same folks. We're actually sponsoring the career fair. So, I would encourage you, if you're looking for a position, stop by the career fair. That's in the Future in Flight Plaza right down the road here. And we also have a booth in Hangar A 42. But yeah, again, we are a big sponsor. We engage with the group here, the ACE Academy, all year long. So we're on campus a lot.
Yeah.
So what is your focus this Sun and Fun?
Yeah. Again, I mean, we're hiring a lot of positions, but we think it's really important to be here just to engage folks again that we see every year, and just kind of get the word out what Piedmont is. Like a lot of people may not be familiar with Piedmont and what we do. So, yeah, just engaging, and we are hiring pilots, flight attendants, and all the things.
Right. So you're a pilot yourself?
I am. Yeah.
So and were you flying for Piedmont before you started bringing guys in?
No, I actually fly for a 135 company.
Okay.
Yeah, and I originally was going to take the jump to the airline industry. Got into in with Piedmont, was in the flight program, and then wasn't sure I wanted to leave the 135. And then a recruiter spot opened up, and I said, well, that's going to be perfect. I can still do my flying on the side. Right. I have a little Cessna Cardinal that I like to buzz around in.
Oh, nice.
So I do my flying on the side and manage the flight ops recruiting here.
Mm-hmm. The history of Piedmont. I mean, so so you just could have gave us an overview here. How long have you been with Piedmont? And
yeah, so I've been with Piedmont since 2018.
Okay.
And that was in 2015 we became part of the American Airlines Group.
Yeah. Is it so? Are you guys still at all involved with that aircraft that's up on display there, or is that just got your branding on it?
Yeah, that's just our branding. Again, because we're so involved with the campus here and we're here all year long. That's been there long before I was.
Yeah, it's been there for a while. Yeah,
it has.
I don't think
but it's very prominent. I mean, every time you come on the property, it's like, there it is,
absolutely.
The big Piedmont plane.
I'm not sure it would start up anymore. I'm not sure.
That would be pretty remarkable.
But it is open. Folks can walk through it. And
that's sort of what I was curious about. Yeah, I know once upon a of time you could. You still can.
Yeah, as far as I know, you can. I have not been up there this year, but as far as I know, you can still go through it.
Yeah. Other programs that you're involved with around the field, around the Sun and Fun facility?
Again, the career fair is kind of our main focus here.
Yeah. What's that like? What's that all about?
So that's, we get a lot of folks in there bring us resumes and really serious job seekers looking for all types of different positions. So, we have we have a recruiting team in there. We'll talk to you about the programs we have, the cadet program, the pilot cadet program, coming in as a first officer, all the programs we have. The recruiters are happy to engage folks. And
what's the pilot cadet program?
Yeah, so the pilot cadet program is our pipeline program. So folks with 500 hours with a commercial multi-engine license can join our cadet program, and it's basically a time-building program. So they can come in. We engage them with regular meetings. They report their hours to us, and we just kind of track them through the whole process. And once you're in the cadet program, you're guaranteed a position as a first officer. So it's a real good place and we get a lot of folks inquiring about the cadet program. It's a real good place to start.
How does one, apply to that? Apply for that? Is there like, how does that work?
Yeah, so, again, engaging recruiters. We can take your information. Always on our website, piedmont-airlines.com. There's an apply button on there, and we take all of our applications through airline apps as well. So you can also apply through airline apps.
Yeah. Tom?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of my way through this. Trying to get a job and a flying job. And I mean that's what you're doing. I mean, do you still have lots of positions open, or? I mean, what's the ratio of applicants to empty seats at the moment?
Yeah, that changes like the weather in the airline industry, as you know. But right now we're in pretty good shape. I mean, we have a lot of applications. It's pretty competitive right now. We're running classes, but they're not quite as large as they were. So, some things to really be aware of, or training. Have successful training record as you come up through. No real incidents or accidents. If you can avoid those, obviously you want to.
Sure.
But yeah, it's a competitive market right now for sure.
Right. Yeah. So do you guys have like specific bases around the country? Or you guys just dotted everywhere?
No. Well, our flight crew bases are Charlotte, Philadelphia, and Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and our maintenance bases are all up and down the East Coast. We have 7 maintenance facilities.
Yeah, I know you have in addition to the career fair, you have a booth over in the exhibit hall and the exhibit hangars, right?
We do.
Yeah, and have you met interesting people there? Anybody jumps out to, and obviously don't name names even if you could, but you must be talking to a lot of people over there.
We do. We talk to a lot of folks, a lot of families. Again, it's great. We get the opportunity to see the kids grow up. The folks that come back every year. We see that.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah.
We also, we get a lot of the old Piedmonsters, as we call them, come by and grab some of our cool swag.
Wait a minute, say that again. Piedmonts?
The Piedmonsters.
Piedmonsters. Okay, that's just awesome.
They come and visit. So we look forward to seeing all those folks as well. Yeah, it's great to get out and meet people.
I mean, do you get people that are looking to begin the recruiting program over there too?
We do.
Yeah.
We do. Yep.
And any particular cases that you've heard this week that kind of interesting people?
Oh boy, that is tough. There are a lot. We have a lot of newer pilots looking for jobs right now. We've seen a lot of those folks, and then we'll take people that are looking for the sunset of their career, looking for something to do too. So yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you for being such a great supporter of the Sun and Fun Fly-In. That's really awesome, and you guys have been around doing that for a long time now, so it's very, very appreciated, and people are aware of it. You sort of alluded to this, but where can people find you all on the internet if they want to learn more about the programs or actually get involved?
Yeah, so Piedmont-airlines.com is the website. We have QR codes at both booths, so A42 or Swing in the Career Fair, and we can give you the sites and where to look, find more information about Piedmont and how to apply.
That's great. That's Brian DiLorenzo, the manager of field operations recruiting. How did I do? Flight operations recruiting.
We'll get it straight.
I knew I had it wrong. Piedmont Airlines. Thank you very much,
Brian. Thank you for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it, and thanks for all the information.
Thanks for having us.
So, Jack, I think you and I are done for the day, aren't we?
I don't.
Or do we? No, we got one more.
I think we got
one more segment.
Yeah, we have one more.
We'll go ahead and turn it over to the sponsors now. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll see you in a couple segments. So
yeah. And the other guys will be back with another guest in just a few minutes.
Hello, this is Major Cyprian Castleman with Civil Air Patrol's Florida Wing. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Are you a teacher looking to inspire and motivate your students? Then you can join us this Saturday at the Aerospace Educators Workshop for an exciting day learning how to integrate aviation, space, robotics, and more into your curriculum. All K-12 teachers are invited to attend. Special speakers and a variety of concurrent sessions will be offered to motivate and inspire you with ideas and activities to use in your classroom. Seats are limited, so registration is required. More information is available at flysnf.org.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or ProFlight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
Country music fans, get ready. On Tuesday, April 1st, Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker are bringing the party to Sun and Fun 51. With an incredible 22 number one hits, Tyler Hubbard will light up the stage with smash songs like 5'9" and Back Then Right Now. Plus, multi-platinum artist Uncle Kracker joins the fun, bringing his signature sound and fan-favorite hits like Follow Me and When the Sun Goes Down. The concert is free with your Sun and Fun admission. Gates open at 6 p.m. on the Warbird ramp.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more flight sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun and Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the Vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly In Early camping package. See you at Sun and Fun.
Get ready to party with a purpose at the Bash, Sun and Fun's signature fundraising event. Join us Thursday, April 3rd, 2025 from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Florida Air Museum. Enjoy a cocktail reception, delectable cuisine, and exciting silent and live auctions. Every dollar raised supports the Aerospace Center for Excellence's year-round STEM education programs, shaping the future of aviation. Don't miss this unforgettable evening. Get your tickets now at flysnf.org/activities.
Since the very first Sun and Fun, volunteers have been the heart of the fly-in. Our success depends on dedicated volunteers, and that could be you. Your life experience will help us engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. We have all kinds of opportunities to volunteer, from fly-in support to educational events and field trips at many year-round community events. Volunteers earn valuable benefits, but you'll gain new friendships and experience new adventures. Find out more and get started. Just visit.
Hello, this is Lizzie Havens. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788,
1510 a.m. and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo in Lakeland, Florida. Let's turn up the fun at 51. This is Pilot Jim G with my co-host Randy Bibb, and we have a fantastic guest with us. And for the next 10 minutes or so, Randy, we're going to talk with Linda Sollers about her personal journey to build her own aircraft of her own, almost her own design. It was the first of a kind, and she has inspired a number of people through this story.
I'm looking at the business card, and there's a number of accolades, quite a pedigree. I don't even know where to start. You know, we were saying we can't do all of this in 10 minutes. We can do a third of this in 10 minutes. But yeah, Linda, welcome aboard, and tell us your story. It's quite interesting.
Well, thank you very much. One thing I'd like to make a slight correction. I was the first to build this model, but Mike Blythe, the legend himself, who's designed all the Sling aircraft, the 2, the 4, the TSI, and the High Wing, he designed it. I had the great honor because I had a very specific list of criteria. I wanted a High Wing, I wanted a Rotax, I wanted new avionics, I wanted a capable plane. I could carry 4 full-size adults and gas and bags, et cetera, et cetera. So I had a very specific set of criteria. And when I began my search almost 2 decades ago, nothing in either the experimental or the certified world met that. But I was looking for my retirement plane. I'd had a 210 for 20 years and wasn't really using it as an airline pilot. So sold it and began the search. So I found Sling in 2016, and Mike Blythe does a great job where was able to meet almost all of my criteria with the TSI, except they put the wing on the wrong side of the fuselage. So in 2019, in January, I heard the rumor. I mean, that's the magic of his design, that you can get all that out of a 140 horsepower engine. So when I heard the rumor in January they were coming out with a High Wing, I knew instantly that was my plane, and I went on a journey to get them to cash my check and take my money. And so as a consequence, I ended up being the very first customer to build it. So I did actually have some input.
I would imagine that if you're there in the factory building your airplane, I bet you had a lot of influence on it.
I had the great honor to have some input on some of the aspects of it, from the handling to the creature comforts. I myself and J.P. Scholes, who built the second customer-built first tailwheel, beautiful airplane, and I've been flying jets for decades. So great thing is JP had some more ideas because he was a much more current small aircraft pilot. So the two of us, along with the engineers and designers at Sling, I think it's a marvelous product, in part due to our input. So I had some, but I got to give a shout out to Mike for the design. He's a brilliant aircraft designer, and I now am fortunate enough to have put a 916 into my airplane, which is 20 more horsepower. Which is just terrific. So that's began a journey.
Give us just a quick capsule summary, the type of construction, type of engine.
Sure.
Just basics to acquaint people with this.
It's a canard wing. There's no struts. So that's you can see it's very nice. It's got great visibility down, which is one of my criteria. It is the fuselage is composite, and the wings and the tail are aluminum construction. They sell it as a flat box kit or a quick build. You can build it yourself, or you can build it. You have a build assist. Typically, the build assists are done at build assist centers here in the U.S. Some places in the world, some countries, it is ready to fly. So we'll see what happens in the future if that's an opportunity here with Mosaic. But in any case, I chose to do it they were very polite and accommodated me. I wanted to do it in the factory because it was the first, and I had the kit in 2021. And you may remember in 2021, it took a long time to get anything off of a boat. So it was like 9 to 12 months. I had bought a commercial building. I bought an art gallery. I'm an artist also. And so I bought a building. I had every intention of building it in Naples, Florida. But when the time came, I thought, you know what? It's the first of its kind. The chances that something might not fit quite right, or I have an AMP, but I've never built a plane. So the chances I would booger something up was pretty high. So I prevailed on them and taught them into letting me actually build it at the factory. So it was a wonderful build assist experience. Over 9 months, I commuted back and forth to my airline job from Johannesburg to New York. over a 9-month period. So I spent about 4.5 months building. And then the question was how to get it home. The original plan was pull the wings off and ship it and reassemble it. But you know what? It's got wings.
It's an airplane,
It's
right?
an airplane. So he decided to fly my plane, the first prototype nose wheel, and JP's beautiful tail wheel. And so the three of us, 2 people in each plane, did a wonderful adventure to Oshkosh in 2022. Across the Atlantic from Cape Verde to Barbados, 2,100 nautical miles, 14 and a half hours. Had a blast. And it changed lives, not just our lives, people all over the world, social media, people were following us, people were worried for us. And so what started out as a totally my project, my toy, my adventure, my journey, me, became so much more. And I've had the great honor of inspiring and influencing a lot of people. And that what brings me back to Sun and Fun to talk about it because, and all over the world, I've been to Argentina and Austria and South Africa and Canada, and I'm traveling all over. I'm off to Poland. I'm going to Ukraine in May to talk about my story. And so it's become much more. So I'm trying to document it in a book to help to get the word out and to support this, because when I go on these journeys, I have so much fun. I meet the most amazing people. I get flights in the most spectacular aircraft. And I'm working with my creative team, Dakota and Adriana, to put together a YouTube channel and share our adventures and hope to have the opportunity to inspire more people. It's so much fun.
I've found that I travel around the world quite a bit myself, and it's my experience, and I'm sure yours as well, that the aviation family around the world is just super stellar, accommodating, polite, eager folks to help out and to tell your story, learn your story. So it's very exciting.
It is. It's much. I make a distinction between traveling and touring, and I do love to tour. Go on safari, go look at museums, enjoy the sights. I do that. But for me, travel has always been more immersive. I get involved in projects. I taught in India. I taught airline management. I worked with the government there on oversight projects. I worked on volunteer works in Nepal. So I pretty much choose a country. I go all in for a few years and get involved in a way that allows me to really get to know the culture, because that's what really juices me. And this has given me the most amazing opportunity, friends for life, experiences of a lifetime. I am so grateful. And I owe it to Sun and Fun, because it was back in 2016 here that I met, and Robin Lamar, who helps you guys out sometimes, introduced me to Craig, who introduced me to Sling, who introduced me to Road. I mean, the whole thing tied together. So I was thinking about it the other day. It all started here in 2016, this amazing journey that I've been on, and I am so grateful to you guys.
Fantastic story. I mean, just your card, like I said, there's just so many things we could talk about. And so this book coming out, when can we expect? I see a photo here of the book on your card. When can we expect that out? I'd love to get a copy and read that. Actually.
Thank you so much. It's called Permission to Take Off, Life and Leadership Success Principles Based on Aviation Adventures. I was in leadership in the past, both in financial services and then also in the airline industry. And I found that utilizing aviation principles, even before I was a commercial pilot, was a great way to work with my team. So, for example, I'd say, what's the most important thing in aviation? The next 2 things. Or positive transfer of control, waggle the stick. So when I had shifts working for me doing IT work on a trading floor. So when things would go sideways, I'd say, which one of my principles did you violate? And oh my God, it worked, much to my surprise, amazingly well. And so I built on that as I became a professional pilot. I went into system safety and quality management. I became a certified coach. And all of these things started to knit together most amazingly, both for my leadership and my life coaching and whatnot that I was doing. And so this is kind of a meld of those principles into my adventures, hanging it all on that set of principles. It's been a lot of fun.
And people can follow along and see what you've done and what you are currently doing at your website, which has got tons of videos, lots of pictures, and that's lindasollars.com.
Yep, Linda Sollars, like dollars, SOLLARS.com, or SlingHW.com will get you there also.
Linda, thanks so much for being with us and telling your story. It's inspirational. We really appreciate it.
Thank you guys for having me, and thanks for changing my life.
You're welcome.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from HealthQuest Radio Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, Short-Wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. Need information or directions? The Sun and Fun Welcome and Information Center is here to help. Find us just inside the main entrance, in the campground near Hangar E, or by the compass rose next to Hangar A. Whether you're looking for event details, locations, or just need a friendly guide, we've got you covered. And if we don't know the answer, we'll find it for you. Let us help make your Sun and Fun experience the best one yet.
If you would like a truly first-class, adult-oriented experience at Sun and Fun, consider the 927 Club. Located at Airshow Center on the Warbird Ramp, the air-conditioned 927 Club Chalet features an all-new menu by renowned chef Marcos Fernandez. The 927 Club features amenities such as full breakfast and hot lunch, Wednesday and Saturday evening happy hours and dinners before the night air shows, complimentary soft drinks and snacks, complimentary beer and wine from 3 to 6 p.m. daily, and exclusive airshow seating on the patio facing Airshow Center. The full menu and more information is available at flysnf.org.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at DeMoor Group, offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. DeMoor's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth MD8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays and original works of art. From the hundreds of entries, a pool of semifinalists and finalists were selected. You can spot these high achievers during the event wearing Project Stratos t-shirts and representing the future of aviation.
Every day from 10:30 a.m. until noon here at Sun and Fun, we have a great opportunity for manufacturers and individuals to exhibit their aircraft in action in the flyby pattern at Show Center. Each aircraft or group of aircraft has exclusive use of the flyby pattern for 6 minutes while a representative extols its virtues over the PA system. These free showcase flybys are one of our most popular attractions and are a great opportunity to show off your aircraft. Please visit flysnf.org to register and for more information.
Start your day right with the Twin Palms Breakfast every morning from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. at the southeast corner of the Warbird Ramp and Bravo Taxiway. Enjoy a delicious meal for just $12 per adult, $6 for kids 3 to 12, and little ones under 3 eat free. It's a great way to fuel up for the day's adventures, and everyone's invited. Don't miss out. Come join us at Twin Palms.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. My name is Tom Frick. I'm joined with Jack Hudson. How we doing, Jack?
We're doing great. We're just about reaching the end of our allotted time here today.
It's almost air show time.
Where we move out of this kind of excitement into that kind of excitement, huh? And,
exactly.
Look at you.
I'm breaking things.
Smashing the place up, huh?
Tearing it up.
Before we say hello to our guest for this segment, I've been asked to make a quick announcement here, and that is that the woman, Linda Sollers, who was the guest in the previous segment, they neglected to mention that she's the woman, by the way, who built a sling aircraft in South Africa, if you're remembering that segment, is giving a forum at 1 p.m. very soon over in the forums area. If you were listening to that and would like to hear more about what Linda Sollers is up to, you can go into the forums guide and find the room over there and go
and
listen to her.
I see people running from out front over here. They got it. They're going.
That's good. Then the word's getting out. Excellent. We're joined this segment by Sanjay Kumar of Avnav. Hi, welcome.
Hi, great to be here. Thank you, Jack and Tom.
Sanjay is the founder and CEO of Avnav, a company which, and I'm gonna really oversimplify it here, but makes flight navigation software. Tell me what you really do.
So Avnav is an app for pilots that works on all platforms: iOS, Windows, Mac, Linux, and Android. So it's a run everywhere software that emphasizes 3D. And very soon coming up AI. And it makes it really easy to plan your flights in 3D. So you visualize your path, terrain, satellite pictures. So you feel like you are there before you go there. And there are fewer surprises when you reach there.
Mm-hmm. Now, you were, until just recently,
Android only.
Android only. Thank you. I'm sorry, I lost that. I'm an iOS guy. That's very embarrassing.
Yes.
You were an Android only platform product app, but now you've broadened out.
We are broadening out. It was a long, almost 6-year-long exercise to convert ourselves from being just Android to everything. And it's a complex process. Easy to make a software, whether you want Android or iOS. You can pick one and you can run with it, and it's fairly good support to make it work.
Yes.
To make it work across all platforms, it becomes a hugely complex, challenging exercise. Mm-hmm. And that's what we have just gone through, and we are reintroducing our app as a Run Anywhere app.
Mm-hmm. How does your software compare to other similar softwares that people, I think, are familiar with?
Well, in this business of flight planning, there are really only two types of app. One, and most of them are in the category where they take FAA raster sectional and other raster charts that were designed decades ago for use by hand in cockpit. You look at them, you fly with them. Then came the tablet, and people decided to slice and dice it and fit it in the tablet. But fundamentally, the charts are made at a resolution to be spread and read and up north watching, right? I mean, if you're going south, the things become inverted and becomes hard. But unfortunately, that's how most navigation softwares and almost everything works today.
Right.
You take the raster charts, you look at it, you cannot really zoom in and out, and you cannot really see it from many different angles. So what Avnav does, it brings a 3D vector map, which allows you to zoom in and out, and you see different details at different levels. If you're zoomed out of the country, at a very large scale, you will see large special use airspaces, MOAs, Class Bs, and so on. When you zoom in, you see river, you see mountains. So different levels of detail, and it never is inverted. Whether you're flying north, south, east, west, it's always aligned. And it's very high performance. So it brings a level of realism that is not possible with raster charts. And to my knowledge, I don't know of any other app that has a 3D vector map engine that does a 3D rendition of maps.
Where do you get the vector map data? Do you make it yourselves?
We make it ourselves from many sources, including FAA sources, including OpenStreetMap sources. So we bring a lot of, fortunately, a lot of vector data is available from FAA, and that helps us, the airspaces and so on.
Yep.
But bringing the river valleys, mountains, and passes, you have to do it yourself. So we have terrain data from U.S. Suppliers, and we put all that together.
Yep. And how big a team does it take to keep up with all this?
Well, this is the fun part. I mean, when I started in 2013, I was advised not to do this because it takes an army of engineers to write an EFB. And I was one person. It took me 6 months. in 2013
Okay.
to put the
Yeah.
app out for Android. But as I said, writing for one platform is easier and simpler than writing for everything. It took me 6 years, and it was mostly myself with a few other people helping me from time to time. Now we have a hardware group evolving that's bringing out a new set of hardware powered by Raspberry Pi that allows you to put all the charts maps, ADSB, and AI on a single box. There, I have recruited talented hardware engineers to help me with. So a few hardware engineers. EFP, you will need more than one person, but I've been doing it thanks to AI. AI makes it possible to write code at amazing speeds. So you don't need army of engineers to write this. I'll be very honest. While I say I created AppNav, wrote AppNav, recently most of it is now being written by AI agents supervised by me.
So I think I got lost in there somewhere. I just want to be clear about what we're talking about. Is this something that I'm using on my PC at home, or is it something that I'm taking with my tablet in the cockpit?
Both.
Okay.
So with PC at home, you will view it with a large screen, and it will fill your large screen to show you a very realistic map. We are showing this in both C25, Hangar C25, and you will see there that a 4-way split screen on a 49-inch monitor connected to X-Plane. And you see synthetic vision, you see your approach plate, you see your GPS, all of that at home. So you get a true feeling of how it will look like when you go flying. Now, when the time comes to go flying, it packs itself into a small iPad or iPhone or whatever small device you have. It doesn't take a lot. Our charts are very small. We have optimized them to be very small. So you download the whole country in 5 minutes and you go flying.
Yeah. What is the pricing model here? How do people pay for this?
So the pricing is, we have made it simple for Sun and Fun attendees. There is a promotion going on, $14.95 per month or $144.95. There are no tiers. It gets you everything. It gets you 3D, it gets you raster satellite, X-Plane, AI, and Run Anywhere feature, $144.95 for all features combined, including approach plate, georeference. So that's the model. It's a free trial until Memorial Day for Sun and Fun users. Normally it's 30-day trial. We are giving 60 days for Sun and Fun users.
Very good.
And we're giving this special introductory price for Sun and Fun users.
Yeah. We're beginning to reach the end of our allotted time here, but I'm wondering what it was like in the early days. What possessed you to do this?
Well, as I mentioned, I was on the vacation in Switzerland, and I'm thinking what best I can do with the little spare time I have and a busy job. And against all advice, I chose to write an app.
Yeah, okay. There's a lot of those guys. I'm a little bit in that industry, and there's a lot of those kinds of stories.
That's the way to get somebody to do something. Tell them they can't.
Good for you folks who have done this kind of thing. I think you mentioned where you're exhibiting here. Say again where?
We are in Hangar C, booth 25. And we have the X-Plane integration that I talked about is also live in the Sim Experience Center in the Bueller building. So we have 2 booths, and you can come visit us anywhere.
And people who are not here or hear this later on, where can they find you on the internet?
avnav.com, avnav.com, and always remember the code Sun and Fun 2025 to get your discounted price.
There we go.
If you happen to be hearing this in the summer, you still have a chance if you're hearing this segment.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Great information, and we really appreciate you coming and joining us this morning.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So, Jack, we're getting close to the end. I think we've
not the end. The end of our live interviews, that's for sure.
Exactly.
But
the end of our
there's
day-to-day
a lot left going on here this afternoon.
Air show time. Yeah.
We're about to hand things over to the air show announcers, and you combine that with our live stream. You have to combine the two because you can't watch one. You got to get the audio from liveatc.net, and you get the video from youtube.com/
Exactly.
Sun and
Fun
Radio.
Going on today? We got an air show.
And then after the air show, we'll be back with coverage of the Paradise City Sunset Aerial Circus, which is going to be happening down at Paradise City, the old ultralight field. And you'll be able to go down and see that or watch it on our YouTube channel.
All good stuff.
There we go. Another day, at least another day of live interviews are in the can.
And we'll be back to Chats from the Deck tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Until then, you all have a great time here at the air show, and we'll talk to you again soon.
There you go.